All right, let's get going here. I'm going to go to item A, call to order. Good evening, everyone. This is Mayor Rich Landsberg. Let me call this meeting to order. It is 6:01 p.m. on December 15, 2020. Here we are in mid-December and we are finally getting some weather. We can only hope that the good winds will continue to bring us some more rainy weather in the next couple of months. We certainly need the water. I would like to make clear for the record of this meeting, and it should be reflected in the minutes, that this regular City Council meeting of December 15, 2020 of the Woodland City Council will be conducted pursuant to Governor Newsom's executive orders N-29-20. The meeting will be held via teleconference and council members will participate via teleconference. Their locations are not listed on the agenda and are not accessible to members of the public. However, the public is encouraged to listen to the City Council meeting live on Woodland TV Channel 20 and also by going to the City of Woodland's website at www.cityofwoodland.org/meetings. If a member of the public wishes to make a comment during the general public comment period or on a specific agenda item, there are two ways to do that. First, members of the public were invited to leave a voicemail message at 530-661-5900. All voicemail messages received by 6 p.m. tonight will be played during the City Council meeting and read into the record at the appropriate time. Any member of the public watching the live stream who wishes to make a comment on an item as it is being heard may submit an email to the city clerk at councilmeetings@cityofwoodland.org prior to the public comment period on that item. Emailed comments submitted to be read into the record shall be no more than 3 minutes when read aloud. Please include the agenda item in the subject line. We're now going to go to item B, roll call. Madam Clerk, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas?
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Here.
Mayor Landsberg?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Stallard?
Present.
Councilmember Vega?
Present.
Thank you. All council members are present via 5-0 roll call vote. And I would now like to request that each member of the council respond to these two questions. Can you hear me well? And do you have a copy of the agenda? Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Yes and yes.
Mayor Landsberg?
Yes and yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Stallard?
Yes and yes.
Councilmember Vega?
Yes and yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, have you posted the agenda for tonight's meeting at a location that is reasonably accessible to members of the public?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that all council members are present for this teleconference meeting and have indicated they are able to hear the proceedings. At this time, I'm going to request that other city officials introduce themselves and their positions so that our record can reflect their attendance at tonight's meeting. I'm going to start with our city manager, Ken Hyatt.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Ken Hyatt, city manager, is present.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Ethan Walsh, city attorney, also present.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Ana Gonzalez, city clerk, present.
I'll also acknowledge, Mayor, that we have Derek Caff, our police chief, Eric Zane, the fire chief, Christine Engel, community services director, Craig Locke, the public works director, Brent Meyer, our acting community development director, Kim McKinney, our finance officer, as well as Scott Sowen, our IT manager. In addition, we have several staff members that will be making presentations this evening as well, available for council questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Now, as we go through tonight's agenda, I would request that before you speak, please identify yourself each time you speak. For example, this is Council Member Vega, etc. Let the individual speak and please do not interrupt. I would also ask, to the greatest extent possible, you should mute your phones and your devices so we do not get unnecessary background noise. I would also like to advise all council members and the city clerk that any votes taken tonight during this teleconference portion of our meeting must be taken by roll call. I would ask Madam Clerk to take that roll call for any and all votes. Now we'll begin with our agenda. Item C, Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask our new council member, Mayra Vega, to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Happy to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with
liberty and justice
For all.
for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Vega. That takes us to item D, public comment. Madam Clerk, since the council chambers are closed to members of the public, is there any member of the public who has submitted an email or left you a voicemail for the general public comment portion of our meeting?
No, I have none.
Are there any hands raised on Zoom from members of the public?
No.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Having no comments, we're going to move to item E, council and staff statements and requests. And I'm going to start with Councilman Barajas, which I'm going to pass tonight for a moment. You will have your time here in a few minutes. So bear with us, Councilmember Barajas. I'm going to call upon our new Councilmember Fernandez for her first comments.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to just first of all thank my fellow council members for helping welcome myself and Councilmember Vega. And would like to just note that on December 7th, which was Monday evening, I had the pleasure of watching Santa drive through the streets of Woodland in District 4, and he traveled through District 5 also. So thank you to Woodland PD for helping Santa navigate his sleigh through the streets of Woodland. We appreciate all the police officers and staff that were waving and cheering on our little Woodland residents and parents and grandparents. So it was a lovely evening, and I appreciate the time and effort that was taken into providing that amidst COVID. So it was a nice, refreshing activity for the family to go out and stand in the cold in the park and watch Santa wave at all the little ones. So thank you for that. Also on December 8th, I had the pleasure of traveling to a facility in District 4. The Yellow Food Bank provided an informative tour on Tuesday morning before we were sworn in. So Councilmember Vega and myself had the pleasure of being toured through the facility by Joy Cohan and Executive President Tom Mueller of the Yolo Food Bank. So I'd like to thank them for their time and the work that they're doing to provide support to Yolo County residents who are having difficulty throughout this COVID difficult times, but also throughout the year as they provided a great distribution of food for our community members. So I was very impressed that they shared that they've provided over 10 million pounds of food throughout Yolo County to our residents. So I appreciate their work and the efforts that they are providing for our residents, and would just like to suggest if anyone is looking for a Christmas gift or a place to donate, that you consider the Yolo Food Bank. Their work is impressive, and their hearts are outpouring with help for our residents to provide food and services to them. So thank you to them. And also on December 9th, I'd like to thank city staff, Anna and Ken and Sheila, who helped transition us in to the council with paperwork and information and forms that we needed to sign and questions that have been answered. So thank you for your time and your energy and the services that you provide the council. So thank you for that. And also on today, and the other important thing for this week was December 12th was Saturday. And I just want to share, I became a grandmother again. Our youngest son, Robert, and his wife had a new baby. So we are grandparents to Elias David Fernandez on December 12th. So just wanted to share that little excitement. There's good news amid all the sadness and frustration of COVID. So also today, December 15th, I'd like to just share. I'm sure everyone's been watching the news, or if you haven't had time, the first vaccinations were dispensed today at UC Davis. So nurses and health workers received the first round of vaccinations in our community. So that's exciting news. But it doesn't mean that COVID is over with the vaccination. I think 327 or 29,000 vaccinations will begin within the next few days. And just want to remind everyone that we still need to wear these masks are still crucial because not everyone will be vaccinated. And hope that all those who have been impacted by this pandemic, exciting news, will be able to overcome and survive this. And I know that many of us have been impacted by friends or family who have died to this tragic disease and pandemic. So just a reminder that there are some good news, that the vaccination is en route, and hope that we can make sure that our essential workers, our healthcare workers are the first in line, but also to remind us that our farm workers are essential workers, and they may also need our support to make sure that they're getting the services that they need. And the vaccination. Also, the other item is for our Woodland students and residents who have students in our public schools or local schools. Winter break is upon us shortly this week. So just a reminder to remember to read during your winter break, and let you know that the Woodland Public Library offers services online for story time, and found out that they also have curbside pickup. So maybe after our stay at home or shelter in place, you'll be able to use some of their resources that are available out there. And you can always go onto YouTube and find some great stories to listen to. If you don't want to read them, you can always listen to a story online. And lastly, I'd like to thank all the teachers within our community who have provided support to our students and families, and know that your work and your dedication to our students throughout this pandemic is greatly appreciated. So I know this is our last meeting for the end of the year, so I just would like to wish everyone on the city staff and employees and our Woodland residents a safe and healthy holiday season. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Fernandez. That takes us to Councilmember Vega.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to echo what Vicki said and acknowledge all of the city staff that has really worked with us to onboard us and get us all set up. So Ken and Anna and all the folks that have helped us as we go through some of these administrative things, thank you so much for setting us up electronically So we're able to communicate with our constituents and fulfill our duties. So thank you for that and for your patience. I also wanted to send a quick shout out to the police department. I also took my 4-year-old out to see Santa, and what a treat to have Mrs. Claus also make an appearance. So I know that took a lot of effort, but it was greatly appreciated. It was so nice to see folks out with families, and really appreciate all of the decorations that are all around town. There's a lot of sadness, certainly, that we can focus on, but I really appreciate all the efforts that are being put into making these holidays an extra special, especially some of those homes that have really gone all out. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. I also think often of all the frontline workers that are out there helping, keeping us safe, and really want to thank them and acknowledge everything they do day in and day out to keep our community safe. I look forward to a better year next year. So happy holidays to all of my council colleagues, city staff, and all of our residents. Next year will be a better year. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Vega. Mayor Pro Tem Tom Stallard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And what a joy to be with a new council. I again welcome both Myra and Vicky. We're going to have a great time. I know we'll work hard together, and we'll do the best we can for all of our citizens. Since our meeting just a week ago, I've attended some of the usual meetings. Valley Clean Energy did meet last Thursday, and by the way, it celebrated its 4th year since the initial meeting to begin having our own utility provider for electricity. So it's a nice thing to mark that accomplishment. This last night was my first Yolo County Transportation District meeting. I'm not formally appointed until we take action tonight on the committee appointments, but I did participate. It is an active time for the Transportation District. This is the district that operates Yolo Bus and provides for handicap transit transportation for basically throughout Yolo County and into Sacramento County and to Sacramento Airport. They're going through a comprehensive operations analysis at this time. It's a really, really tough year for transit operators. They were in declining utilization before COVID, and COVID has just taken them down to the point where 1/3 of our usual revenue. So CARES Act funding is sustaining the operation at the moment. They're applying for flexible funding round money through the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, both basically to make it more safer for pedestrians to access their offices, which are an industrial way just north of East Main Street. They're also going to replace the tanks on 9 CNG buses. I didn't realize this, but those tanks have a rated life. And when it reaches so many hours of use, you can no longer use those tanks. You have to replace them in order to maintain and continue the life of the bus. The third item, a little more controversial, is to increase the 42 bus, which goes to Sacramento in a clockwise direction and in a counterclockwise direction, 42A, 42B, to every 30-minute service from the existing 1-hour service. More frequent buses make it easier for people to catch them, more willing to catch them, but it means we're limiting some routes in order to help fund it. But we'll be monitoring how that proceeds as we go forward. I want to mention that City Manager Ken Hyatt and I were on a conference call with Barry Broom from Greater Sacramento Economic Council today, assessing how our businesses are surviving in the region and looking forward to new opportunities. We're definitely catching the wave of migration from the Bay Area. It's pretty exciting times, and we hope that our Woodland Research Park is right on the crest of that wave as we move forward in the next couple of years. Of course, this council will be dealing with the environmental impact report and the draft specific plan in coming weeks. The last thing I think I'd like, by the way, Woodland Police Department did a phenomenal job. I'm with you all on that. I was with my grandchildren out there. It was such a fun thing. Everybody was watching it on Facebook Live till they arrived at their own house. Of course, you hear the sirens. And And I do want to mention that Santa was a fire engineer, Sam Kennedy. So the fire department had a little hand in there too. And of course, our police were also out at Costco collecting toys for kids, bless their hearts, and doing all kinds of other good things for the community. Anyway, concluding thing, goodbye, Angel. It's been a long ride, but a wonderful ride these last 4 years. We got the general plan done. That was a real tough one. We did so many other things. Thanks to your efforts, we got the boxing program moved from really poor, very poor facilities to really quite nice facilities at the community center. And we worked on many things together, the Valley Clean Energy Board and the like. And I want to thank you for those. I want to welcome you to your new position, which of course was my old position. So I know you'll have good times ahead and interesting times. And Woodland really needs you there. We've got flood control issues to be hammered out and many other things where the county is a really important partner, including continuing to work together for the benefit of the homeless issue. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Stout. I'm going to put you on the spot for just a second.
Sure.
Did you ever report back on our meeting with Congressman Garamendi?
No, I didn't. You want to do that?
Would you please?
Yes. You know, I really do appreciate the fact that Congressman Garamendi was proactive and reached out to our city to discuss any issues that were important to us. And so we did schedule a meeting, and Rich and Mayor Rich Landsberg and Ken Hyatt and myself were on that call. And we did emphasize the importance of flood control for Woodland. I don't know if all our residents appreciate it, but between 300 and 500 homes are still in the floodplain, which requires expensive flood insurance to be purchased annually for those homes, mostly in the 3rd District. Plus, the entire industrial area of Woodland is in a floodplain. This is a real drag on our ability to attract new businesses to our industrial area. They have to pad up before they build, meaning bring in enough fill dirt to get themselves above any potential flood line. So we need to solve this problem, and we're on the cusp of a major step here with the Army Corps of Engineers adopting a plan for dealing with this. But we really need Congressman Garamendi's continued assistance, which he has been giving us over recent years. That's the essence of our conversation. There were other issues discussed as well, but kudos to Congressman Garamendi and his staff for arranging that call.
Great, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for doing that on the spot there.
No worries.
Well, I continue to be very concerned about our city now that we have essentially closed up our restaurants and other essential businesses. It's very disappointing that we have to do this in order to slow down and stop the spread of this virus. You know, if we all just did our part, we can get this latest setback behind us as soon as we get some better numbers. But as we get closer to Christmas, I am very concerned that some of us will not listen. Some of us will not, go along with the program to put on a mask and wash your hands and stay socially distanced during this period of time. Our hospitals right now are bulging with COVID patients, and I don't know if they can take any much more. So I hope that members of our community consider that during this Christmas period. And yes, it would be difficult to go Christmas after we just went through Thanksgiving without our family, but we've got to do what we got to do, and that's the bottom line. Now I want to take the time to thank our city manager, Ken Hyatt, and our Public Works Director, Craig Locke, for taking me up on my invitation to take a drive down Matmore Road between East Main Street and Gum Avenue. I wanted them to see firsthand what residents in that area have to deal with on a daily basis as they traverse and drive down Matmore Road. What is really important for members of the public to know is that Matmore Road isn't scheduled for a complete makeover until 2023. By then, I would presume that Matmore Road would be in shambles, worse than it is already. So I'm pleased to report that it looks like Matmore Road will probably be getting some Band-Aids here real soon in the next, hopefully, not too distant future. I'm going to call upon our Public Works Director, Craig Locke, to explain what he has in mind to make immediate repairs on Matmore Road and how that will result in a better surface, at least temporarily. Mr. Locke, are you there?
I'm here. Make sure I'm not muted. Yeah, well,
Hear you.
Okay, great. Well, we've looked at the road with staff. We've you know, of course, probably the biggest area or worst area is right there, right at Main Street, where you come off, and the buses have created a wave in the pavement. It's flexible pavement. I've been talking with engineering, and we haven't quite hooked up yet with transportation, but to talk in terms about seeing if we can accelerate the repairs in that area for the bus stops, to build a rigid pavement, you know, landing for the buses that'll be more durable, something that isn't going to be a throwaway when we actually come in and do the road in a couple of years. So we're looking at that as an option. We've already had some crews out there filling in some of the low spots and some of the potholes. One of the other things we've been looking at is a new machine. We have to replace our crack seal machine here shortly anyway. The new machines they have now allow us to mix up asphalt, the emulsion with aggregate on the fly. So like right now, there's really not much we can do because all the plants that make asphalt are closed for the winter. And it doesn't adhere well if you put it down in this kind of weather. What a machine like this would allow us to do is to put in the asphalt under a wider variety of environmental conditions, and it also be more durable once it's in place. So we're looking at doing that as part of this next budgeting cycle. As you know, our budgets are reduced in part because COVID. It's had a big effect on our Measure F. But we're working with finance, and that's really what we think is going to be not only the future for Matmore, but also for a lot of the other roads that are showing a lot of wear. It's a much more efficient and effective way to repair some of the damage that's been coming up. It's a brand new machine. They don't even have a video out on it yet. So that's one of the things we're looking at, and I think that'll be helpful. In the meantime, we'll continue on with limping along with our patch seal and our crack seal as we're going.
Great. Thank you, Craig, for getting on that. I think the residents of that area are going to appreciate any and all efforts that you put into that road. It's just getting to be difficult to drive down. So thank you very, very much for doing that.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Keep us updated on how you're doing on Matmore Road.
Will do.
Thank you. I also want to report that I'm very pleased to be working with our police chief, Derek Caff, regarding our endorsement. I'm referring to my personal and his personal endorsement of District Attorney Jeff Reisig's 5-point plan to end homelessness. Some of you may have already read about it. Some of you may have already expressed your views on it. But Mr. Reisig's plan is the first plan that I have seen that makes sense and is workable, provided we get the legislation and the legislature to take some action. So Jeff Reisig's proposal includes making Yolo County a pilot program for his 5-point plan. And that might be probably the most ambitious part of the 5-point plan, is to getting the legislature to designate Yolo County to be the pilot for this project. So I am going to ask staff to prepare an agenda item and a staff report on the 5-point plan as an agenda item for the January 5 meeting. Because I'm going to be asking council members to look at this plan and hopefully support Jeff Reisig's 5-point plan and to further it along by our citywide endorsement and our participation and our willingness to serve as a host city and a model for California and the nation as we deal with this endemic homelessness issue. So look forward to that for January 5, council members. Now, for the second session in a row, we are going to say goodbye to another council member, Angel Barajas. Tonight is Angel's last meeting as a member of the Woodland City Council, but I know he won't be going far. He'll be about a block away from us. He will be sworn in as the Yolo County Board of Supervisor for District 5 in just a couple of weeks. Now, Angel, as much as I want to send you off with a lovely set of parting gifts, we're not allowed to do that. But what I can do is present you with a certificate of appreciation, which I have right here. I'll hold it up. I know you can't read it, and I'm not going to read every word, but you're going to get this. And I just want to go over a couple of highlights, Angel. Angel was elected at large in 2014, and then is District 3 in 2018. Angel served as our mayor for most of the year of 2017. Angel is a strong proponent in his support of Woodland's downtown revitalization efforts, living in an efficient and sustainable community, providing opportunities for our youth, increasing public safety, achieving balanced growth, supporting senior and library services, and providing a voice to the voiceless. Also in this declaration is, as a member of the Board of Supervisors, Angel has vowed to work with Woodland community residents, nonprofits, government agencies, educational institutions, and other service providers to make this happen. On a personal note, Angel, I have thoroughly enjoyed working with you these last 2 years. In those 2 years, I have witnessed the commitment you have to serve your community. You have that fancy degree from USC and you could have gone anywhere, but you chose to come back home to Woodland. And for that, we thank you. And thank you for serving our community. You take from this council to the Board of Supervisors a tremendous will and energy to improve the lives of our community members. Not everyone is blessed with the talents that you have. And I know that you will do a great service on the Board of Supervisors, and I wish you well. And I'm going to turn to my colleagues. I know, Tom, you started it, but turn to my colleagues to see if they have a comment to make for Angel. We can start with Councilmember Fernandez.
Well, thank you, Angel, for your service to the city of Woodland as a council member. And like I said before, I look forward to collaborating with you as you serve the residents of Woodland through your position on the Board of Supervisors. And hope that you know that we're always willing and eager to serve the residents and help in any way that we can. So I appreciate your dedication and your commitment to representing those in Woodland. So thank you for your energy and your passion to serve.
Thank you. Councilmember Vega.
Sure. So Angel, best of luck. I just, when I think about some of those folks that I met when my family and I first relocated to Napa, you stand out. You're so welcoming and offered to help as we got settled in. I also want to acknowledge for all the work you do to encourage folks to get engaged civically. I think it's important that you not just say you support, but you get in, roll up your sleeves and support us new folks in this exciting opportunity. So best of luck to you. You're not going far, like Rich says, so we still have a lot of work to do. I wish you best of luck and look forward to continued collaboration as you embark on this new capacity.
Thank you, Councilmember Vega. Mr. Stalvin, any parting words?
Well, kind of said some of them already, but Angel, a lot of funding, comes from the state to the counties and then to us. So do a good job making sure we wouldn't be at all sorry if you got us more than our share. You know what I mean? But I'll leave that to your good offices. But I know you'll have fun at the county. You're the 5th district supervisor. You represent the bulk of the farming community in Yolo County, and that farming community is really important to all of us because so much of our activity here in Woodland relates to them. So I know you'll do your best to take good care of them for all of us as well. Farewell and have fun in your new opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Angel.
Hey, thank
Your
you.
turn. Tell us how much you're going to miss us.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Rich?
Yes.
Yes, this time you guys can hear me. Thank you, Mayor Landsberg. I really appreciate it. And council members, I just, wanted to briefly talk about just acknowledging some individuals who really helped my ability to lead on the council, but also reflect on the challenging issues that we as a council faced and we were able to achieve working with the community. I first like to thank you, Mayor Landsberg, for your leadership and your continuous leadership on the council. You've been a great addition 2 years ago, and I look forward to working with you for many years to come. Also, Tom Stollard. Tom, you've been just a champion here in Woodland, for not just the downtown, but for different, just for Woodland, especially in the business community. And it's rare to find somebody like that on any council. And, I appreciate working with you and your difference of opinions at times where we had discussions and we were able to reach compromise. And for the new council members, oh my God, you guys are great. I mean, I would look forward to working with you. You guys have a lot of energy, a lot of different insight. You speak up, but you also provide solutions. And I know that you guys are going to do a great job in the next 4 years. So I look forward to working with you. And staff, I need to acknowledge Ana Gonzalez, the city secretary, and Jennifer Robinson, city manager Ken Hyatt, former city manager Paul Novazio, and our hardworking men and women of the city, the fire department and the police and rank and file staff. Whatever the council votes on and adopts, it can't be implemented without your hard work and your commitment to the Woodland residents. And all of that is achieved through your hard work and commitment. So thank you for being able to put up with some of the policies and the ordinances that we as a council adopted, and you guys have been successfully been able to implement. I couldn't have been elected, I don't believe, or been successful on the council to a certain point without some of the mentors and some of the individuals that paved the way prior to me being on the council, such as Xavier Tafoya, Art Pimentel, Jesse Ortiz, Olga Navades, Skip Davies, Matt Rexroad, community members like Tico Zendejas, Serena Rodriguez. The list can go on and on and on. These individuals have put in a lot of work in our Woodland community and continue to do so. And I do look towards them for advice and just to see what the Woodland residents are saying about certain topics that are very important to them. And so I'd like to thank them for helping me get elected, but at the same time advising me through the last 6.5 years. When I reflect back, some of the biggest challenges we had as a council was when I was mayor. We were able to adopt a general plan, which is Woodland's blueprint for the next 20 years and how we're going to develop and grow to be a welcoming community, a sustainable community. And at first, it was a very difficult conversation. One side of the city residents wanted a certain path and the other side wanted another path. We were able to come to an agreement and have a successful general plan. And I'd like to thank the council members and the community members who participated in that process. Another tough issue was the relocation of the boxing club. It was difficult. It was tried before, 10, 15 years before. And then this time around, we were able to successfully push through and relocate them. And now the boxing program has expanded and had a lot of participation with our Woodland residents. Another issue during my mayorship is bringing forth a resolution of the United City. It brought a lot of conversation regarding what the United City resolution would be about. And at the end of the day, we ensured that our residents welcome everybody, regardless of skin, color, heritage, creed, or even if you were undocumented or not. And that's something that we as a community have adopted and accepted and are continuing to foster. And also during the time as we were mayor, when I was mayor, we were able to successfully have our reserves the largest in the region at 33%. And that was the help of former council members, mayors, and city staff that was able to be fiscally responsible as well. And the reopening of our state theater, and we had several major road reconstruction projects. And so all of that combined with other issues like the gang issues that have been going on in our community, what we're doing to invest in the prevention intervention program through the White Grip. It's something that the council has seriously taken, but we'll continue to add more support services so that way we can be able to mitigate those issues. And also, as I move on to the Board of Supervisors, there's going to be overlapping issues where the board and the county Board of Supervisors is going to be working with the city council, such as COVID-19, the homelessness issues, the flood issues, the mental health services, the gang issues. All of these have an overlap. And I look forward to continuing working with all community members, and especially this new council that not only the community fully entrusts, but I do too. And so I'm not going to say that this is my official departing of ways, because I know that I will continue to have you guys in my heart, and I'll continue to work with you day in, day out. So thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Well said. That takes us to our city manager, Ken Hyatt, for his comments and our long-range calendar. Mr. Hyatt?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to let Angel ride off in the sunset without also giving me the opportunity to acknowledge his dedicated service and support to staff. It's been fun to watch you over the last 6 years of your term. I think your wisdom and your skill far exceeded your years and age. So thank you for just how you carried yourself throughout your tenure here, and very much look forward to working with you as you transition to the county. As you pointed out, right, there's lots of issues of mutual concern and interest, and we're looking forward to having a strong advocate for Woodland and our community over there at the county. I also want to point out to the council as we close out 2020 finally and thankfully, your leadership throughout this year, which has notably been probably the most challenging for any council in recent history. You've managed through all of the challenges with great composure and great leadership. Mr. Mayor, you were dealt a rough hand this year, and throughout every issue, we rose to the challenge together, and I want to thank you for your strong leadership as a group and representation for the community. So look forward to, again, working with you guys to get through these challenges, and look forward to brighter days ahead in 2021. As you'll note on the consent calendar this evening, there's a new set of assignments coming your way. So many new assignments for some of the existing council members, and for the new council members, new assignments are going to be put before you. And it's my goal and challenge to, particularly with the subcommittees that we have within the city council, the economic development, infrastructure, public safety, to get those subcommittees set up in January this year so that we can get your insights in terms of where you want to lead over the next 12 to 18 months, and then lead that into the council retreat at the end of the month. So look forward to seeing those show up on your calendars in the first month of next year. And then long range, January is going to be upon us before we know it. The first meeting will be just after the new year on January 5th. Planning a fairly light agenda, but it will be heavily dosed with Police Chief Caff and providing presentation around the new Chiefs Advisory Board. So I want to give the council some insight into the Chief's new Community Advisory Board that is helping provide him a look into the issues and the perspectives of our community, which is a fairly unique and a new thing for Woodland here. So Derek's going to offer to the council and the community what that advisory board's been working through and talking through, and how that board over the course of the next several years will continue to provide that connection and continuity between the community and our police department. Also, in January, we will be structuring a workshop with the Council on Waste Management around the Smart Truck, residential Smart Truck program, which was scheduled to come forward back in November. But due to some health issues and challenges, we're going to reset that for January. And so we know there's much interest and concern around what that looks like and how we educate our community. And we want to get the council's feedback on that as it moves forward to roll out later in the year. And then this long standing item of apprenticeship workforce development programs, we will continue to work on that and hope to bring that forward to you at the second meeting in January. So that concludes look at the long range. I'll give it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. And since this is our last meeting, I want to thank you and your staff. And I think I can speak for all the council members that you too have been dealt a difficult hand this year, as you were handed the reins of our city. And I think that on a Friday, and then on Monday, you're shutting it down. So you worked through this. You've got your staff behind you. We're getting through this year. We look forward to those vaccinations. We hope that this thing turns around here real soon. But this wouldn't happen without the work and efforts of you and your staff. So I want to thank you for that. All right, that takes us to the consent calendar, item F, items F2 through F19. There's a lot of items there on tonight's consent calendar. Is there a member of the council who wishes to pull an item from consent or have a question or comment on one of the items? All right, doesn't sound like it.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, sorry about that. I got double muted here. I have some questions on item number 8, Spring Lake Maintenance CFD Annual Accountability Report.
And the council member, would your question be to staff?
Yes, so my question is to staff. So this is a topic that came up quite a bit, and I was hoping I could have an overview of that accountability report and the opportunity to ask some questions.
All right, City Manager, can you help her out with that question?
Certainly. I believe Kim McKinney is also available, but this annual report is one that's required by the state to report back the sources and uses of funds for the Sports Park CFD. I'll have Kim McKinney more background on what that report concludes, and I think if Kim could add also for the community and Councilmember Vega, what the genesis of the CFD was for, and how much of that is covered by the Spring Lake community versus the broader community, that'd be helpful.
Hey, sure. The Spring Lake development had a certain amount of park acreage that was required to be met within the specific plan, and not all of it could have been or was fit within the boundaries of the specific plan, and therefore a portion of the park requirement was met through building the community sports park. For parks and other items that are in the boundaries of the Spring Lake specific plan, there's a lighting and landscape district that takes care of the annual maintenance. But that particular L&L couldn't cover the sports park, and so a maintenance community facilities district was set up to take care of annual maintenance, and that's what this annual report is discussing, because there's different requirements for the two types of districts. So what the maintenance CFD does is very similar to the lighting and landscape districts. The cost of the budget for each year's expected cost for annual maintenance, which can include staff time, utilities, water costs, anything that is necessary to maintain the park for the year, is run through a report, and it generates an annual assessment that's included on the property tax bill of anybody who's included in that community facilities district. And that's the revenue source that comes in that you're seeing on this report. The revenues are what is included on the property owners' property tax bills that they pay, and then the expenses are what gets approved in the city's annual budget. So it has its own fund so that we can track separately what those costs are. There are some costs associated with the and some activities associated with the sports park that are not included in this CFD, that are instead included in the general fund. But per the requirements of the park acreage, Spring Lake is supposed to cover roughly 75% of the costs. And so that's what this report is showing, is how much revenue we collected, or the amount that was included on everyone's property tax bill, how much was spent during the year. And you'll notice that we didn't spend the entire amount that was collected. And so there's an addition to the reserve balance for the year. That happens sometimes as a result of, it's based on a budget. Sometimes things happen where we don't spend exactly what we think we will in the budget. And in particular, fiscal year 1920 was a little bit unusual just because of limited activities and programming that impacted the amount of maintenance that was necessary out there. So there is some extra money that was collected that will go into reserve. What that reserve can be used for is, it can be used for any maintenance items that are eligible in the CFD, or for replacement of any projects that come up specifically related to that CFD, or they can be used to offset or lower annual assessments in future years. So that's just kind of an overview of what is included in that report. The assessments for fiscal year 2021, the year we're in, were already sent to the county. They have to be sent to the county in July every year so that they can be included on property taxes. And we don't know usually how the previous fiscal year officially ended to make much of a difference in the immediate next year's assessment. So obviously when we come to the spring to work on the assessments for next year, the reserve balance would be factored into the formulas determining the annual assessment.
Thank you very much, Kim. Very helpful. Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember Vega?
Yes, it does. This is like I said, an item that's top of mind to many of the District 5 residents. So sure. I appreciate the background and the history. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. All right. Are there any other council members with an item on the consent calendar? Doesn't sound like it. Can I get a motion then?
Stallard will move adoption of the consent calendar, items 2 through 19.
Stallard moves 2 through 19. Is there a second?
Fernandez.
Seconded by Councilmember Vega.
I heard Fernandez will be the second. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Aye. Yes.
Mayor Landsberg?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Stallard?
Aye.
Councilmember Vega?
Aye.
Thank you. Consent calendar items 2 through 19 carry on a 5-0 roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
That takes us to item G, public hearing, specifically item G20, a public hearing, adoption amendment number 2, fiscal year 1920 Community Development Block Grant Action Plan. Mr. Hyatt, is there a presentation from you to begin with?
No, I'm going to have Senior Planner Dan Sokolow jump straight into the presentation on this one.
All right. Greetings, Dan.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Dan Sokolow, Senior Planner with the Community Services Department. Before you this evening is our second amendment to our fiscal year 2019-2020 CDBG action plan. This is to address a second allocation CDBG funds through the federal government's CARES Act bill. This is $422,000, and staff is recommending that the City Council amend our action plan in order to incorporate the funding in the plan and use it to for a rental assistance program that would be administered by Yellow County Housing. The rationale behind this is, while there are efforts statewide as well as locally to, not evict people who are unable to pay their rent, provided they meet minimum conditions, at least one of those measures, which is Assembly Bill 3088, would expire in February 1. And those efforts, whether it be at the federal government, state level, or local level, do not excuse people from not paying their rent. This is an effort to assist low-income Woodland households with up to $3,000, primarily focused on rent, but it can be used for utility payments as well. We're proposing to have Yellow County Housing administer the program. They are currently administering similar programs county-wide for Yellow County, as well as for the city of Davis. Getting in a little bit of detail, there's really two categories of households who would be eligible for this funding. First would be lower income households who are at 60% or less of area median income. So this is, folks from just above very low income to potentially extremely low income. And then a second category would be folks who are above 60%, but no more than 80%. With the latter group, they need to be rent burden, and that means they're paying 30% or more of the gross monthly income on rent. There's obviously an application that needs to be submitted and documents that people need to provide to show that they are facing a hardship, reduction of income, other things related to the COVID-19 pandemic. The funds which are awarded to the City of Woodland by U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development must be used to respond to prevent, for the COVID-19 pandemic. We did notice the public hearing this evening, the availability of the staff report, as well as the proposed amendment in the Daily Democrat under an expedited noticing provision as part of the CARES Act. So that notice went in the Daily Democrat on Sunday, December 6th. On Friday, December 4th, we posted the notice, as well as, I think probably by that Monday, the actual amendment on the website. So we're meeting the minimum requirements for HUD, which is noticing at least 5 days. At this point, we have not received public comments on the proposed amendment. This would be our second amendment to the action plan. Earlier one was to allocate funding for the commercial modular trailers for the emergency shelter project. Other than that, if there are any questions that the council has, staff would be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sokolow. I have a question for you, and it's this. I don't want to sound stingy, but is this money to be used for Woodland residents?
Exactly. You must be a Woodland resident renting in Woodland in order. That's one of the minimum requirements for this program. While there is a countywide program that is benefiting Woodland residents as well as residents from Winters, unincorporated area, and West Sac, this program is specifically limited to Woodland renters.
Right. And my last question for you is this. Is this money that had to be spent by a given time, like before the end of the year?
No. We envision that the program will roll out sometime in January. Assuming that council approves the amendment, we still have to go through a process with HUD. Essentially, everything is done online, and HUD has to, actually out of the San Francisco HUD office, has to approve it, and then they have to release the funds to our account. So I imagine that if we roll out probably no earlier than mid-January, maybe late January, I think the funding will go quickly. I would seriously doubt that it would last more than 2 months. But we do have some flexibility. We're not limited by that December 31st deadline for expenditure of the funds.
Thank you, Ms. Socolow. Does any member of council have a question for Mr. Socolow regarding item G20? It doesn't sound like it. Let me open the public hearing. So the public hearing is now open. Madam Clerk, have you received any comments from members of the public on item G20?
I have not.
Madam Clerk, are there any hands raised from members of the public regarding this item?
No, I don't see any.
All right. Well, in that case, let me close the public hearing and go back to council. Any member of the council have a closing comment? Doesn't sound like it. Can I have a motion then on item G20?
Move to approve.
Barajas moves the item. Second?
Second, Vega.
Second by Councilmember Vega. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Aye.
Mayor Landsberg?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Stallard?
Aye.
Councilmember Vega?
Aye.
Thank you. Public hearing item 20 carries on a 5-0 roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Well,
That takes us then to item H, report to the city manager, starting with item H21, a COVID response. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. At your request and the request of council, we will be having a regular update on COVID as we transition through this surge and some significant evolution in the pandemic. As I reported last week, the state's regional stay-at-home order had been adopted. However, Yolo County and the Sacramento region had not yet achieved the status under that order. And we're not expected to achieve that until about this time. As you know, last week, the state determined that the Sacramento region had sooner than expected achieved the 15% capacity or lower ICU staffed beds. And therefore, as of Thursday evening, we went into the enhanced restrictions under that order, which curtailed most notably restaurant activity to deliveries only, gyms to outdoor exercise, as well as many other restrictions. We will stay in this condition, as I reported last week, and that still holds until the state changes it for a minimum of 3 weeks. So that means not until at least December 30th at this point do we anticipate potentially moving out of this current restricted condition. At that point, if our ICU capacity is lower than 15% or higher rather than 15%, we will revert back to the purple tier under the governor's prior blueprint for reopening. We will continue to, keep the council and the community apprised as things evolve, as it continues to be very dynamic. Much of the attention around COVID, though, as we all know, has now turned to the vaccine. And as Councilmember Fernandez reported today, we saw that first round of vaccines starting to be administered. Those vaccines will be first provided to healthcare workers as well as skilled nursing facility workers, with the next round including first responders, EMTs, and firefighters as well. So Hopefully within the next month, we believe we'll start to see an expanded administration of that vaccine, including some being administered here in this community. Testing capacities also continue to be very important, as it allows community members and businesses themselves to be able to understand where there might have been a potential exposure, whether that exposure has resulted in a positive communication. And we're acutely aware of that as well here within the city organization. And I do want to reiterate some positive news that we received over the weekend in response to our request to our partners just to the south at Davis and UC Davis, who have partnered to promote in advance a saliva-based rapid testing mechanism that they have been administering to campus population as well as now the Davis community. They have acknowledged and confirmed that they will roll that out to countywide to our firefighters, first responders in the fire departments first. And as capacity grows with that testing, they will expand that to our public safety and the police department as well. And so this testing is only available for asymptomatic employees and residents that meet the criteria, but the turnaround time is 24 to 36 hours. So that's very important for these companies and businesses and individuals to be able to respond quickly. On top of that, we've been working with the county to develop an access to nasal-based swab tests, which are also now available for symptomatic employees. The county has now approved allowing our firefighters to get administered in-house, effectively, that test, which will again give us a greater response time to be able to turn around those tests and understand whether that an individual employee is COVID positive, which has natural benefits in terms of our operations. So we continue to do what we can to build those partnerships. I do want to acknowledge, both Yolo County and our partners down at Davis have been incredibly gracious in helping us work through these challenges, and where requests are put forth by us, always ready to consider those and respond as a community together. So it's been a great partnership. As the mayor reported, right, our small business community continues to be hammered by these restrictions. And so many employees are employed by these small businesses, and they're struggling as well. And want to continue to implore the community to support these businesses in the ways that they can continue to do so and safely. We did conclude our Support Small Business grant program. Again, that was a county funded program where they took some of their Federal CARES Act dollars and allocated it to our local communities, which we then turned around and rapidly distributed that to qualifying businesses, small businesses in our community. And so those checks are being released this week as this money needs to be spent before the end of the year. We ended up receiving over 50 applications and just under 50 were awarded funding through that program. So while it continues to be a challenging time for small businesses, there is a little bit of a bright light amongst that. And hopefully that will help those businesses endure this restricted period and get them through until January, when we can hopefully reopen. So I'll conclude the update there and welcome any questions from the council around the pandemic.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. A member of the council have a question or comment for the city manager regarding the COVID update.
Mr. Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'd just like to express appreciation to Ken and the city for all that they're doing for the business community. It's a very dark hour for so many of our small businesses. And while we can't solve all of their problems, many of the gestures from the city have been very helpful and much appreciated. So thanks, Ken.
Any other member of the council? Ms. Fernandez?
Yes, thank you. Ken, thank you again for your work on this matter. I just wanted to double check. You said slightly less than 50 of the applicants that applied received funding. Was most of the money that we had available used, or was there funds that we returned?
No, good question. So we were allocated $237,000, or sorry, $235,000 roughly. We were able to expend all of that funding on those businesses. So we didn't want to leave a penny on the table.
Good, thank you so much. And the other question would be, when these grants become available, are businesses notified in a timely manner so that they can apply, or what's the process? Or because I know that I heard about it at one of the council meetings in November, and I think the deadline was the end of December. So how much time are we being given as a city, and therefore giving the business owners enough time to maybe gather the information and or residents to apply for these programs? Is there much time?
Good question. In this case, we had a very short turnaround time. The County Board of Supervisors, I believe, acted in the morning of November 17th. They turned around. The council approved the agreement with the county to receive the funds. We opened up the grant period the next day. We closed it about 10 days later in order to give us time to review qualifying businesses and then receive receipts. So it was a very short window. I want to call out the staff that worked tirelessly through the night and over the weekend to get the information out initially to businesses. They made repeated phone calls. We even had our code enforcement officer stop by businesses that we knew might not be in the regular communication channels, just to ensure that they knew that the grant program was available. And that proved fruitful. We had a lot of businesses that we really haven't seen engaged before that were surprised that there was money available and were successful ultimately in receiving funding. So we did, I think, everything we possibly could to get the word out and then help those businesses through the application process in a very short matter. It's a lot to ask of these businesses to gather all this data and then turn around and give it to us. And so we did that, in short order, and we also delivered this information in both English and Spanish. And we held a Zoom webinar to allow folks to call in and ask questions on the fly as they were filling out the application. So,
thank you so much, and I appreciate all your work and efforts by the staff to get that information out in such a timely manner, and
Sure.
to let our businesses know that we are trying to alleviate some of the burden that they're having to endure during this time. So thank you so much.
Yep, least we could do.
All right, Madam Clerk, are members of the public with their hands raised, or have you received a comment on this item?
No hands raised and no comments.
All righty. Thank you for the update, Mr. Hyatt. I'm going to roll into H22, the shelter property conveyance. Is that going to be something you're presenting?
Why don't I do a few introductory remarks and set the stage. Steve Coyle, as well as Ethan Walsh, our city attorney, will walk the council through the specific actions, as well as maybe do a little step back and provide some context into the actions tonight relative to what actions you've had in the past and what actions you'll be having in the future. Clearly, this has been an item of top interest for the council throughout this year, and very fortunate to be at this point tonight because I believe it was about a year ago, the council said we want to see this shelter built within a year. We had lost some traction, and then one of the positive benefits of COVID was we were able to take advantage of some streamlining benefits that the state put forth, which set us into motion to deliver ultimately a construction project in 9 months or so. Actually less than that. I think we awarded the contract in June, but we approved the plans and specs about 9 months ago. Which is, pretty much record pace here in California to construct something in less than 9 months. Want to give credit to staff to really working hard to navigate all the requirements and the challenges to get this milestone here this evening. But the council tonight will be taking up consideration to transfer the land as part of the shelter project, as well as the facilities on that land. And that transfer of land agreement will sort of set the stage for the ultimate transfer of the entire East Beamer Way campus that the council has identified as a new model for what we believe will integrate services and support for the homeless community in a way that hasn't been seen and done, at least to our knowledge, to the capacity we're looking at. So with that, I'm going to have Steve walk you through the shelter project and the construction that we've now completed and the acceptance of that construction, which you just approved on your consent calendar, and then how we will now transition the phase of the project from the city really taking lead and now handing it off to our nonprofit partners, Friends of the Mission and Fourth and Hope. So Steve, are you ready to walk the council through the presentation?
Yes, thank you. I'll share my screen and show you a brief presentation. Mayor and council members, can you see my screen and can you hear me?
Yes to both.
Excellent. It worked this time. So I'll give you just a brief recap of where we are now with the shelter, the transition from ownership by the city to Friends of Mission and operations by Fourth and Hope. And then finally, I'll just give you a forecast of where we're going with phase 2 and phase 3, the 61 units of permanent supportive housing and Walters House. So if I can get this to go forward, since the public may be viewing this, the context, of course, is that is property that the city owns in the county, 125.5 acres. And we have created 3 parcels for the shelter, for the permanent supportive housing, and for Walters House, just west of the corner of East Beamer and County Road 102. The shelter, as Ken mentioned, the shelter was actually built in about 4 months. We were actually done with the shelter before November. And the original plan, of course, was to complete the shelter the first or second week in November, and then have occupancy some point right at the 1st of December. So we are delayed as we've described before because we're still waiting for PG&E to provide power, but that hasn't stopped us. Today we did the final inspection, issued a temporary certificate of occupancy, temporary because we can't issue a permanent certificate of occupancy when we're still on generator power. And tonight with council action, we will be able to transfer the shelter to Friends of the Mission. I'll take you through just some shots of the area behind, just to the west of the shelter. You know, we're using trailers, kitchen, 2 5-stall bathrooms, which complete with showers, toilets, and sinks, and then a 8-washer, 10-dryer laundry that's going to be serviced for the occupants of the residence. So we are building ramps for accessibility to those locations, but essentially all of the construction is done and has been done for quite some time. So the next step is Fourth and Hope will begin furnishing and fitting out, and that will actually commence tomorrow. And residents, or as soon as we take occupancy, or they take occupancy of the shelter and the parcel. And then the plan right now is for residents to move in the week of the 28th. And initially with probably ramping up to about 70 adults, given the COVID restrictions and the barriers we need to create between the beds. And then eventually, once we've achieved some normality with regard to COVID, it'll be back up to the 100 adults that we originally anticipate and built and designed the shelter for. So right now we have power by a generator, which has enabled us to complete all of the testing and the commissioning of all the mechanical and electrical devices. PG&E just yesterday installed their transformer and their pole and their gear. So we're just waiting for them to cable and start up power, which they promised for December 23rd. Maybe it will happen sooner. And then once that happens, we can issue a permanent certificate of occupancy. That's the brief on the shelter, the physical part of the shelter. We are going through now a transition plan with Fourth and Hope and Friends of the Mission. So staff training will start this Friday, and Fourth and Hope will start ordering, installing all of the furnishings. They're going to put a security system in. They have Wave and AT&T that are waiting, that have to piggyback on PG&E's cables. So they have to wait until PG&E provides their service before they can provide service. But that will all be happening in the next few weeks. As part of the transition plan, we'll provide operational instructions on all of the different moving parts of the shelter and the trailers, and just showing too the interior of this kitchen. We have really remarkable facility for a kitchen with a walk-in cooler. It's a 43-foot long trailer, which we've been fixing up. And then we also have the laundry, which you can see to the right. So the facilities will actually be, even though they're in trailers, they're actually quite modern and I think quite comfortable. And Doug Zeck's staff will begin starting the food preparation, ordering the food. The transition plan, of course, needs to address the mobility or transportation needs of the residents. And the operating principle we're working through is the idea is, and I say we because this whole project has been this close collaboration between the city, including the county, and Fourth and Hope and Friends of Mission. But the idea is to make the residents as transit independent as possible. So that's the goal here. Right now, in collaboration with Fourth and Hope, we're looking at two mobility options. First of all, perhaps contracting with a transportation service, and we've had 3 proposals that we're looking at, reviewing, and that 3 months would give us a chance to shake out both the demand and the supply for the residents, and that's one option. The second option, which Fourth and Hope is open to, is just simply purchasing and operating a non-commercial van that could be driven by someone without a commercial license, and that would give them a lot of flexibility. And it's both of these are fairly low budget items. The 3 month the transportation van is about $8,000 a month. And right now there's a number of vans available for sale. Because of COVID, the whole transportation industry and the lack of airport service and so on has really cut into their revenues. So there's some bargains to be had. However, the long term, which we've been discussing with Yolo County Transit, is to provide a bus stop at East Beamer adjacent to the site. This would be on the north side of Beamer. And that is our long-term plan to put a turnout for a bus and have regular bus service there. Finally, the second part, or the phase 2 of the shelter, is to build a proper addition that would include a permanent kitchen, bathroom, laundry, offices, and storage. So at that point, the trailers, which are, as one of tonight's actions, being conveyed to Friends of the Mission, those trailers would become available. The city had a first option to take back those trailers or to purchase them at a nominal price if we have another location where they would be suitable. And then turn that area now that I showed you in an earlier slide where we have the 4 trailers into an open courtyard and garden for the residents. And then to build the addition on the east side, which is why we designed it with the trailers on the west side, so we could actually build an addition and maintain operations until that addition is the construction is completed. So just briefly, the forecast for phase 2, which is the permanent supportive housing and the small community center. First of all, there's a second separate parcel which will need to be transferred to Friends of the Mission after construction. It's necessary for the city to maintain ownership of that and through the construction so that the construction of the housing and the community center can be built within the city under the permit issued by the city. If Friends of Mission did that through the county and owned the land, they would have to go through a general plan amendment and a considerable zoning change. So that's the plan, is to convey that parcel to Friends of the Mission subsequent to the construction of the housing and the community center. This is what it looks like now. Actually, it looks a little better than this because this was probably a month ago, but the site infrastructure documents prepared by our consultants are now complete. They're out for review internally with internal staff, and our intention is to go out to bid. It would be great to go out to bid at the end of this week or next week, and we realize because of the Christmas week we have to provide more time. But if we can receive bids perhaps the second week of January, we could commence construction in late January or early February, weather depending. Concurrent with the site infrastructure, which the city will manage and which is the city is being reimbursed on the cost of this by Friends of the Mission through some of their funding. We are also working on the completing the design and ordering the modular dwellings. There'll be duplexes. I've showed slides of them before, but we actually moved from manufactured housing to modular housing, which is built to California Residential Code, because we actually got a better price. So it's higher quality housing, permanent housing on permanent foundations. So that we'll order that housing sometime probably in January, and that will be delivered just as soon as the site infrastructure and the site is ready to accommodate it. And then finally, phase 3 is building Walter's House, which Fourth and Hope is they're under some pressure to complete that within about 18 months. So the site infrastructure that I just described will actually include the necessary grading and for Walter's House, although they'll have to do some additional site work. So that's the third phase, to build Walter's House, construct that, and finish the project. So, and so I just posted here the council actions tonight is to improve the sale and conveyance of the shelter property. We went to the county and to record the 3 parcels in the parcel map that you approved back earlier this fall. And the property address that the county gave us is 1903. So even though some of our documents were referring to the site address as 1901, the proper address, the permanent address for East Beamer Way, which includes the shelter, the housing, and Walter's House, will be 1903. And then approve an agreement and declaration of covenants, which is in your package. And then finally, to approve transferring the ownership of the modular trailers to Friends of the Mission. So that ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I just want to take a moment to thank you for all the work that you've done on this project. Your hard work does not go unnoticed. It's been the labor of your love here the last year, I think, and it shows. So thank you very, very much.
You're
So
welcome.
any member of the council have a question or comment for Mr. Coyle on this item? Doesn't sound like it.
I do.
I have a
Oh, hold on.
comment.
I think I heard Angel Barajas first.
I defer my time right now to Councilwoman Vega.
All right. Councilmember
All
Vega.
right, so I just wanted to Steve, acknowledge all the work. I can't imagine you must have whiplash how quickly to get all of this done. So great work getting it done so quickly. And then just want to call out, I read a lot of examples where there's collaboration between public-private organizations to try and achieve these sort of things. How proud I am to be part of a city where we do this. So Ken, your team, and Steve, and all the hard work, and congratulations. This is phenomenal. Thank you for all your hard work on this.
Great. Councilmember Fernandez, did you have your hand up too? There you go. You unmute. Still muted. Still muted. All right, let's go to Angel Barajas.
All right, thank you, Mayor Landsberg. I remember this when it hit council in 2018. The first initial proposal was something along the lines of having something very similar to a tent city. The council really spoke to the residents, and we just decided that was not something that the community wanted. And so we came up with a different solution, and this was the solution. But it couldn't have been done without the hard work of staff, Stephen Coyle, Ben Hyatt, Pronovatio, all of those other partners that we had. Working together is something that sometimes can be difficult within different agencies, but we were able to get that done by ensuring that we have these services that are going to be paid for, and also coordinating how it's going to look like and how it's going to be done, and working with the contractor in order for the facility to be built. All of that within less than 2 years is pretty quick, pretty fast, phenomenal. So congratulations, and I will go ahead and obviously support any initiative that the city puts forth as a homeless issue initiative. We've been working hard for variety of years and many years, and we know that this project is going to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barajas. Councilmember Fernandez, you with us?
Yes, I think I am now.
There you go.
Technical difficulties. Again, I just want to echo what everyone said. Thank you for your tremendous work and dedication to this project, and know that we also, as Councilmember Vega said, the collaboration of so many different entities, the Friends of the Mission, and who have invested many hours in making sure that they were able to provide services to the homeless and provide a facility that looks like it's going to be an amazing place for our homeless residents to work and live and enjoy their time there. Also, just a side note, just a question which I had asked during the week is, are there any sustainability or solar or kind of energy efficient features that will be placed out there eventually, or will that be the responsibility of Friends of the Mission, or will that be something that the city looks at providing down the road?
Well, I'll take that. First of all, the permanent supportive housing will be solar powered, although we're actually moving most of the panels to the units that are closest to the south end, only for cost-effective reasons. But yes, we'll put as much solar as we can on the housing. Same on Walter's house. For the shelter, we didn't have enough money, but we designed a facility to accommodate panels, and hopefully we can convince some kind solar installers to give us a break and help help us to finance that. So absolutely, that's important component.
Thank you so much for your time. And
All right. Mr. City Manager, I wonder if we can get our city attorney to weigh in on the legal covenants that are involved with the transference of this parcel to Friends of Mission. There was some questions about how that works and what it means to the city. So we can hear from Mr. Walsh.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Ethan Walsh, City Attorney. Just a few minutes to kind of outline the technical documents related to the conveyance of the property. So with this property, and right now I'm speaking just about phase one, the shelter property. What we did with this property is when we are conveying it through via grantee to Friends of the Mission, we're also recording an operating covenant, the agreement that was included in your packet, against the property. So it will be on title as a restriction on the property that governs how it has to be, how the property has to be operated in perpetuity. So essentially forever. The covenant that we entered into requires that the property be used as a shelter and for the provision of services for the homeless and for those in need of the services provided by Friends of the Mission and Fourth and Hope. They're required to keep the property in good repair, consistent with the city's requirements and standards. Friends of the Mission is required at the outset of this process to provide us with an operating plan that kind of outlines in more detail how they're going to operate the property. And then on an annual basis, they'll run that by city staff to review and discuss any changes that may be made to that, so that we have kind of a consistent dialogue with them over the operations of the facility and make sure it's consistent with both our needs. And then finally, there are a number of other conditions that we placed on the property to ensure that it's operated in a safe and efficient manner. Things like insurance requirements that they have a security plan, things of that nature. We did try to keep it. We had a good discussion with Friends of the Mission and Fourth and Hope to try and come up with a document that would work for both of us for the long term. This is something that will hopefully be in place for years and years. And so we wanted to have something that would make sure it would meet our requirements, but at the same time, give them flexibility over the years to kind of, evolve their programs and their services to meet the needs of their constituency and our community. If you have any questions on the details of the agreement, I'm happy to discuss those with you or answer any questions you have at this time.
Thank you, Ethan. Any member of the council have a legal question for Mr. Walsh regarding the covenant? Doesn't sound like it. Thank you, Ethan, for that pretty clear discussion on how that works. Madam Clerk, are there any members of the public who have submitted an email or a voice message on this topic?
No, I have none.
Are there any members of the public with their hands raised wishing to make a comment?
No.
Thank you. I have a question then for Mr. Walsh. Can we do this in one motion?
Yes, you can do it in one motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have signaled that my hand was up for some time. Are you not seeing that?
Sorry about that.
I wanted to recall a little history here. As recently as 3 years ago, the homeless problem was becoming rampant in our community, and our council struggled to know what to do. And there's a wide diversity of opinion in the community about how we should be approaching this problem. Everything from doing everything we can for them to basically rousting them and trying to get them to leave the community. We've worked really hard with our public to try to understand our obligations under law to not only humanely, but in a legal way, help the people that are in this situation. In that regard, I really want to commend some citizens who worked hard in those early years early months. Pastor Larry Love was convening a group that met regularly to think, how could we as a community respond? A great deal of investigation into the tiny homes concept was done by private citizens visiting projects in Eugene, Oregon, Marysville, and other places. Certainly Kathy Trott, who's working on another project of her own. And then, of course, the city did pick up the ball. And, we can't say enough for Paul Navazza, who really struggled to get that money together. And it's over $10 million, the entire project. And I think we need to remember that a lot of that was donated money coming from the health systems and others, as well as federal and other funds. So it really took a lot to put together. And I've just concluded my year as president of the League of California Cities, Sacramento Valley Division, 71 cities. And I can't speak for Sacramento because it's the large guy, of course. But there's not another community in Northern California that is doing anything like this, certainly not on this scale. And so it is really a leading effort by a mid-sized city, which is what Woodland is. So, I think it's great that we have succeeded in doing this. We all know the struggle and the hard work, and it isn't over. It's in some ways it's just beginning. We're experimenting. We're trying to create a concentrated situation where we can provide wraparound services for these people, get them in one place and efficiently provide support services rather than having to do a lot of one-on-one with homeless people all over the community. So anyway, I feel very heartened that we're at this point, and I just couldn't be more grateful to everyone. And I just hope going forward, we do everything we can to keep making this work and keep making this go forward. Thank you. I'm happy to make the motion and proceed with the three actions as identified in the staff report.
Motion by Stellar. Can I get a second?
Second by Burnett.
I think the second was Barajas. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Aye.
Mayor Landsberg?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Stallard?
Aye.
Councilmember Vega?
Aye.
Thank you. Item 22 carries on a 5-0 roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
That's going to take us to item H23, Waste Management Service Issues and Annual Rate Adjustment. I think, Mr. City Manager, we have some people on standby for this as well from Waste Management.
Yes, we do. I'll do a quick intro and then hand it over to Rosie Ledesma. So Rosie manages our contract with Waste Management. Typically, this would be a routine consent item on council, as our contract with Waste Management provides for increases in fees on an annual basis to incorporate consumer price index increases, as well as increases in county tipping fees, or otherwise referred to as is the cost for us to actually have Waste Management dump the waste at the landfill. Given the service impacts that we've all heard about throughout the community, that Waste Management has been working through, we felt it appropriate to schedule this as a regular report to the council to give the community some opportunity to hear what Waste Management has been going through and what efforts they're endeavoring to implement to correct those issues before taking action on the fee increase. And so, Rosie, if you wouldn't mind walking through the presentation from the city, and then we have Kayla Rodriguez from Waste Management, who will also provide some insight from their perspective as to the challenges and struggles that they've been going through and all the efforts that they've implemented to try to correct those.
Thank you, Ken. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Rosie Ledesma. I'm the Environmental Resource Analyst in Environmental Services. Today, we're presenting on the waste management service issues and the annual rate adjustment that Ken just outlined. And as Ken also introduced, two staff members with Waste Management, Kayla Rodriguez, who is a public sector manager, and Kay Hill-Chavers, who will be joining us, or who will be speaking a little bit to the issues that we are facing in just a minute. I'd like to start on the annual rate adjustment piece. As some of you are aware, that Waste Management is our exclusive contract hauler for waste, recycling, and organic services, in which they provide a 15% franchise fee for the city. Per the city's contract, Waste Management is allowed to increase their rates annually by the Consumer Price Index percentage increase with a limit of 5%, and any pass-through tipping fees initiated by the Yolo County landfill. In the packet, you have the calculations that are outlined and information on the tipping fees and the CPI increases. With the calculations and the CPI increases, the adjustments will result in about a 56 cent per month increase for the average Woodland household. Commercial increase will be about 1.6% increase depending on their level of service and bins that they have. And then the C&D service halls, which are the large roll-off bins, will increase from about $14 to about $42 per load. Majority of the increases were from the landfill's tipping fee increases, which were mostly in the C&D sector. If you have any questions about the annual rate adjustment, you can take those now or later, or if you'd like to move on to the Waste Management Service Issues update, I can pass that on to Kayla Rodriguez, who can speak a little bit more about some of the issues that they're facing within the within their company, and that is affecting the services.
Thank you, Rosie. Let me suggest to council members that we just keep going, and then we'll open it up for discussion and comments.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, council. Thank you for taking the time to kind of hear what we at Waste Management are going through. So yes, there have been service interruptions. They have gotten better, but I'll kind of go through the timeline. We, unlike the rest of the world and the rest of the city, are not exempt from COVID. And unfortunately, it did finally catch up with our site. And we do follow all county, state, and federal regulations. And so due to 14-day quarantines, we have been short-staffed for several months now. And it's kind of just trickled over time and started to affect our services. And so probably the biggest one would be the green waste brush street pile pickups, as well as the street sweeping. Currently, right now, it is leaf drop season, where services are supposed to be increased, which starts November 1st through January 30th of each year. However, that service has been cut in half. And that's just due to the fact that we don't have staffing. Normally, we run 2 crews. However, we only have staffing available for 1 crew. And so the services have changed. And so we have been able to split that, where we do weeks 1 and 2 on 1 week, and then we do weeks 3 and 4 on another week. And then it just rotates. So it's an every other week service right now. And unfortunately, we weren't able to get that communication and plan out to the residents as fast as we had liked. Unfortunately, I did catch COVID back in October. So I was in and out of the office for several weeks, as well as our district manager at the time, who's been out for actually a couple of months now. And so unfortunately, that just kind of lapsed. But as soon as I got back, within that week, we were able to get a whole outreach plan together, where we were able to do a press release. Rosie created an amazing map, a new map with the new services for December and January that kind of shows the rotating weeks. We were able to get that out and updated on our local websites, the city websites as well. We also updated our local websites with all the information. We updated our call center, made sure that agents also had Q&As, so they were able to answer questions that came in from residents, and also explain the situation that we were facing at our local site. And then probably the biggest one was the out dials. We were actually able to figure out a way to do out dials to the residents. And I say this because the brush is actually not a routed service. It's based on maps. So it's actually not coded or on a person's account. And so it's not easy to pull a report and do an out dial for a customer. There's a lot of manual work that has to go behind pulling that information. But we were able to do that and have a fast turnaround. And so weekly, we're doing out dials to all residents who will be serviced that week. And within that out dial, we're also reminding customers to make sure that cars are moved, so that way we're able to get to the piles and the sweepers are able to sweep. One of the main complaints that was also coming in, which we were able to rectify, was sweepers. And so the sweepers were actually sweeping the whole city instead of staying behind us and our crews. And that was actually driving calls in to the city manager, sorry, Ken, as well as Rosie and Ken Lohman, as well as our call centers, about sweepers going around the piles. And that was just due to the fact there was a lack of communication on our end, which we'll totally take, but that has since been rectified. And so our sweepers now follow behind us. They don't move into any other areas. If we're behind or delayed due to equipment failure, which unfortunately can still happen, on top of staffing challenges, then they're delayed as well. Last week we had anticipated working into Saturday, but we didn't have to. We were able to stay on schedule, and we didn't have any service delays. And for the last 2 weeks, we also haven't had any service delays or carryovers with your trash carts, recycling carts, or organic carts. So that's definitely improved. We're able to get some of our regular residential drivers back. So again, there hasn't been any cart delays for at least 2 weeks. Does anyone have any questions at this point, or should I keep going?
I would have to keep going because I think our council member is going to have a lot of questions for you. So just keep going. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's back on schedule. We do plan to have the every other week brush and sweeping till the end of January, which is the education and outreach that we've put out to all residents and inform the city of. What we are currently working on is seeing if we can have the sweepers who have extra crews utilize our equipment, so that way we can get a second crew out there, and then we won't have to stay on that every other week schedule. We're hoping to have that in place maybe sometime in January, but again, that's just something we're working on internally right now. If we are able to do that, then we'll notify the city and then send out all the outreach again and make sure that everyone's back on the same schedule. The last thing that has been continuously coming up as well for many residents was credits. Many residents were wanting credits for the missed services that they felt they were getting during this leaf drop season. And we feel that the best thing is just to add in extra services at a later date. It may be in February, it could be in March, but we would offer additional greenway street pile pickup and sweeping during those times. And those are the updates that I have at the moment. If I'm missing anything, please let me know.
Thank you, Kayla. Was there somebody else from your company that's going to speak?
So Cahill is on. He is from operations. So if there's any specific or direct questions about that, he could address them. But he doesn't have anything at this moment. Other than what I did.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to open it up to council members. Any questions or comments for either Kayla or Rosie or the operations manager that's on standby? Anybody want to go first?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Sounds like Mayor Pro Tem Steller.
That would be me. Well, thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Kayla. Obviously, waste removal is a very important public service in this community, and it's provided by a contract that we enter into with the company of our choice, which is in this case is Waste Management. I don't have any problem with the increase. The 56 cents to me is reasonable in view of the fact that tipping fees increase the landfill, and of course, cost of living and your contracts do go up. I think the biggest issue here was the lack of communication. I understand if you were sidelined, Kayla, that was a big problem, but you're a very big company. It's just surprising to me that something couldn't have been done, a press release or something, or ads in the paper or a robocall or something to help people understand, because there's a fair amount of frustration in the community. I really appreciate that explanation of why sweepers were going around piles. That was very perplexing to our citizens. And I think it was damaging to your company for them to think that people were being derelict in their responsibilities. I think Mayor Landsberg had said something that I consider profound, and that is we all have a responsibility for our waste stream, and we need to all work together. And I would like to encourage you to work harder, to be more communicative, not only with our citizens, but with us on the council. I can't remember getting a call from you, not inside the last year. I feel, and I'm speaking to you, Kayla, I mean, I really feel like you've got to be honest, because our citizens are speaking to their council people. And when we don't have answers, that's not a good situation either. You've contracted out your sweeping. There's obviously a coordination issue between you and them. I think you've got some work to do to rebuild the trust of the community that you're doing a good job for us. I've tried to suggest to my citizens that in this time of COVID, we all need to be a little bit more flexible and perhaps forgiving. And I think people will be when they understand the reasons for some things happening. But if you don't provide some kind of information and guidance, they will default to being negative. But even with the full explanation, I still have citizens saying to me, aren't we going to get a credit for the service that we're not getting? The contract calls for weekly service. You're giving us service essentially every other week. What would your response be to that, Kayla?
Thank you, Tom. And you're absolutely right. We do have work to do as far as, communication, working with our sweepers. I can say with the communication that we have since, we've seen the complaints drop drastically. The ones coming into the city, the ones being forwarded to us from the city, as well as into our call center. I just, unfortunately wasn't here, and it just fell through the cracks, and there's really no excuse for that. So we know to do better next time as far as communication, as far as everybody. And then as far as the credits, again, we would like to add additional services. So that way the residents still feel like they're getting what they're paying for. So we would like to offer additional service pickups later months, such as February or March.
But Kayla, there's no leaves in February or March. The leaves are in December, January, and February. You know what I mean?
I do. And so that's one thing that we are taking a look at, and we'll continue to work with Ken Hyatt and city staff on, but that is the first thing that we can think of. Credits are a little bit harder for the brush piles. It's a bundled rate. There's no rate specific or a line item for that or sweeping. So it's a little bit harder to figure out what that would be. And based off kind of our first look at it, it would be very minimal. They would actually get more for, their money, quote unquote, if we offer those additional services than just getting a line item credit at some point on a future invoice. If you would like us to
I'm kind of at a loss of what additional services mean. And you're taking away our trash now. What more can you do?
Yeah, it would be inviting, the extra pickups. But to your point, I hear it loud and clear that there's no leaves in February or March, at least not as much as there is during the leaf drop season. So I have made a note of that, and I do hear you loud and clear, Councilman.
Well, also, I'm going to go forward. At some point in time, you're going to want to talk the smart camera trucks with us. And when I walk in the morning in the neighborhoods, I see that very few of the people are really heavily overloading their toters. I mean, I would guess that it's in the neighborhood of 5%. Do you have an actual opinion as to what percentage of our toters are being overloaded on a weekly basis?
I don't have that data with me today, but that is data that I can bring back. We certainly do have that data. The percentage of contamination in the city based off the carts and audits that we've done, as well as the percentage of overages within the city as well.
What I'm suggesting is, before we start slapping people with fines and pictures, I think the ones who are routinely overloading their toters are relatively few. And I think perhaps they are not yet into the proper recycling techniques. I would like to see an education. And I'm talking about, why don't you hire some interns or get community service credit hours for high school students and train them and basically walk the neighborhoods when the toters are out in the early mornings and identify the addresses and do actual visits. It seems to me we're going to need a little hand-holding here to help people. And I'm totally sympathetic to people. We all look at things that are trash. We have to decide, where does it go? You know, how many of our citizens understand that styrofoam is not a recyclable product because there's no market for it at this current time? Put it in the general waste. And that concept of when in doubt, throw out, we've really got to sell that to our people so they understand it. On the other hand, I've seen overloaded garbage containers that are filled with bottles and cans. Now, we know that those should be in the recycling toter. So what I guess I'm saying is we're still not doing enough to educate our citizenry and help them be, let's just say, abiding by the intent of the law in terms of minimizing our waste stream. Are you prepared to help do that?
Absolutely. You know,
well, let's get on with it then, because it hasn't been done up till now, as best I can tell. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stowler. Another council member?
Yes, Mayor Landsberg?
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes, so I have a question. I see that the consumer price index you used for all urban consumers in the recent 12 months, was there a possibility of looking at the CPI for the Western Hemisphere, which is the western part of the country? And if so, was it lower than the 1.31%?
It's higher.
So contractually, we have to look at what's in the contract. So we don't base our rate adjustments off any other index than what's described in our contract. So specific to this one is the one that you had mentioned, but we do look at water, sewage, and garbage and other jurisdictions. So it just depends what's stated in the contract, and that's what we base their annual rate adjustment off of.
Okay, and can you go back like the last 2 or 3 years and how much the adjustment rate has been for CPI?
Take a look at that. I don't have that on me at the moment. Rosie, you may, but I could look it up, but it will just take me a minute.
Oh, don't worry about it if you don't have it on top of your head, but I was just wondering if we're within range.
We've been under the 5% limit for years. I don't think we've ever come close to that limit yet. I think last year was 1.8 something. I think the highest I've seen is around 3% or so. So it hasn't been a huge amount. The biggest jumps that we've seen that we've incurred are from the tipping fee increases.
Okay, I see. And this question is for our attorney, Mr. Walsh. If the council decides not to take action and move forward with it, what are the consequences, if any?
Well, if it's in the contract that you'll make the adjustments based on the CPI and the increases, and we don't just, we concede that the documentation is there, but we don't, then, we're arguably in default under the contract, and Waste Management could compel us to do that. So.
Okay, I see. So this is more of a formality Q&A.
Right. As long as the documentation is there to back up the numbers, that it is technically a formality.
And as you review them as our attorney, do you believe that they're on par?
Based on the data that, I haven't independently checked the fee increases, but what they're proposing is consistent with the agreement. And I believe Rosie has confirmed that that the numbers are consistent with the CPI measure and with the amounts that they're incurring for additional costs as far as tip fee increases at the landfill.
All right, that's all I need to know. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Barajas.
To add to that, Angel, I wanted to point out that usually these rates are subject to the contract, however, discretionary rate. So if Waste Management were to add a new service or increase it by a nominal or an extraordinary fee because of new services or just something different that is beyond the CPI or landfill tipping fee pass-throughs, that would be something that the council would weigh on and then have the ability to either approve or deny.
All right, any other council members? Mr. Stallard?
Okay, I see both Vicky and Myra want to speak. I'll say something quick. What's the role of our sustainability committee in this, Mr. Manager? Are we utilizing them fully to stay on top of this? Because this whole thing is a sustainability topic. And frankly, I hear nothing from them. I've never seen minutes. I do not know what they're doing. Thank you.
Mr. Stallard, can you hold that thought? I'm going to bring that up here in a minute.
All right.
Thank you. Who has their hand up? Councilmember Vega?
All right,
And
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Let's go with Vega.
Kayla and Rosie, thank you so much for that presentation. So Kayla, I just want to echo some of the things that Councilmember Stallard said. You know, it's really disappointing, the lack of communication, and I definitely feel like there's been a significant loss of trust from our community members. I think I can appreciate these challenging times. They're challenging for all of us. Now, with that said, you're a large organization, so I would anticipate that there's some engagement from the headquarters or some regional support that would help back your team up during these times. I have spoken to many residents who are very dissatisfied, and it was just really disappointing and continues to be a huge sore spot and a source of contention with the residents that I'm talking to. You mentioned that there's been a decrease in complaints, so I'd be curious to see, I'm assuming you have a tracking mechanism to see how many complaints you have coming in, how long it takes to resolve them. Be interested to see information to the extent that that's available to us. To see how you guys are able to resolve those issues and see that that downward trend in complaints. I think that'll be important. It'll help communicate what you guys are doing. We can also be conduits to communicate that out to our constituents. Also, on the topic of education, you know, I just want to echo what Councilmember Stallard said and really heighten that. I mean, there is just a huge amount of education that needs to be done. You know, I'll say that there's many times when I'm sitting out there in front of my bins and say, where does this one go? And there's just a fair amount of things that I don't know that I would need to, that I think it's important. And certainly before we communicate or we can and support a fee increase, we need to ensure that our households have been provided that communication. I like the idea of interns. You know, I'll leave it to you guys to decide what's more effective, but it is important that our residents receive that education in anticipation of a potential fine. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Vega. And for council members, the issue of the recycling and the smart cameras, we're gonna have that here real soon. Tonight we're talking about the fee increase as well as the service disruption, so we can limit the comments to that for now. Council member Fernandez.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and your information. And I realize that, you know, the contract that we entered into and the agreement that we've made is kind of just a annual agreement that we continue to follow. And but on behalf of the residents, I just want to advocate that it may not seem like 50 cents is a lot of a month for you to increase it, or going from $14 to $42 may not seem like a lot. But if you're a resident who isn't able to pay your rent and you don't have money to put food on the table and you've lost a job and you're in the middle of this COVID pandemic, or you've been in the hospital and you don't have the money, 50 cents may not seem a lot to some, but it is a lot when you don't have anything. So on behalf of the residents, I would just like to advocate that you look at the fact that 2020 is an exceptional year with exceptional circumstances, and that we as a city look at the possibility of examining how we implement the cost of those fees. And from your report, you said you've decreased your service by basically 50%. So instead of 4 times, instead of every week providing leaf service, you're only doing it twice a month. So you're not probably going to the landfill to deposit those leaves as often because you're decreasing your service. So just on behalf of the citizens who may feel frustration that their services have been decreased or faltered or there's a lack of communication, I'd like to just advocate that we examine those increases that we're going to pass on to the residents of Woodland. So it may not seem like a lot, and it may just seem like we're going to obviously comply with our agreement with your with the contract that we have with an agency, but I think that we need to examine the exemplary situation that we're in, and for many, 50 cents a month when you don't have a penny or you don't have anything is a lot. So it only adds to the frustration if services are not being provided and people aren't able to get ahead because they're already in debt because they weren't able to pay for rent for the last 8 months. So just wanted to share my view and know that I believe that the city, has an obligation to maybe just ask questions. And so that's all I'm doing is looking at, is there a way for you to just wait for 2021 or 2022 so that people can get their feet out from underneath them and can kind of get their pocketbooks with some cash in it, so we aren't adding just another piece of a frustration to an already frustrating situation with COVID-19. So just like you guys have endured staffing issues and you're unable to provide a service, that you take that into consideration, that the residents are also enduring the complications of COVID-19. And so I just wanted to let you know that that's kind of where my views are coming from, and that if you have any possible suggestions or maybe compassion to think about whether 2021 is a good time to increase fees and pass it on to residents who may not have it. That's just my concern. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Fernandez. Thanking Rosie Ledesma. Rosie has been the recipient of many of those phone calls. Am I right, Rosie? And I'm sure to wait on you because I beg to differ with Kayla that the complaints are down. I get them every single day. Not a day goes by that somebody does not complain. The level of service of waste management. I know that our city manager and our staff, and I personally have been in discussions with waste management about service issues, and I encourage us as a city to continue to work with waste management for solutions. And Mr. Steller, to your question, our own sustainability committee has taken a very hard look at waste management and their issues. And I would urge you to look at their August 12, 2020 meeting notes to see exactly where they stand, because all of them, every single one, has expressed concern about waste management's approach of dealing with issues. And I'm encouraging the Sustainability Committee to stay on this issue and bring something forward to City Council at some point with some kind of report and some kind of recommendation how we deal with these service issues. Look, Waste Management boasted in a post just recently that they expect that their adjusted operating profits, not revenues, profits, are expected to be somewhere between $4.56 and $4.6 billion just for 2020. And I agree with Councilmember Fernandez that this company of such magnitude, who's doing so well, even in this pandemic, would consider bypassing the CPI for 1 year or maybe 2 years. I don't think they need it. They're going to survive this pandemic, where a lot of our citizens are not. A lot of our small businesses who have to pay for these fees much higher than residents do are suffering to keep their doors open. And I agree with Councilman Fernandez that Waste Management, and Kaylee should take this back to your people, that you would consider bypassing the CPI for a year or two. But I understand it's contractual, but our citizens deserve good service for what we pay. With that in mind, I understand we're bound by our contract, and I agree with our city attorney that we don't want to give Waste Management any cause to do anything about it. However, I think that Waste Management should consider, and Kayla, please take this back to your staff to, we'll agree to the tipping fees because that's required. For Pete's sake, give up the CPI for a couple of years. Madam Clerk, are there any comments from the public that have been provided to you in advance or with a hand raised?
No, I don't have any.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
My council members, Mr. Steller.
You know, I appreciate your reading for those minutes. The manager called my attention to them too. I think it's important to note that's 4 months ago that those comments were made, and yet really nothing happened for 4 months. And it wasn't, your staff leadership didn't have COVID for 4 months, but somehow there was no effective address done to that comment. I think it's telling that the manager of your operations isn't here tonight to defend the operation as well. Over the years I've been on this council, I've noticed a diminution of management involvement in the operation of waste management locally. I mean, you used to have an on-site manager. Now it seems like we go to Lodi or somewhere else to talk to anybody who's so-called over the Woodland operation. We do not feel that you are touching our people in an effective and efficient way. I used to see your truck drivers carefully picking up the toters and dumping them. Now it seems like they just throw them in and throw them down. And the toters in my neighborhood are so frequently damaged. And used to have regular toter repair and replacement. I don't know if that's still continuing, but I have toters in my neighborhood where the tops are missing. I have a toter that's got a 3-foot split in the side of it. It just seems like the equipment is deteriorating and it shows a lack of care. So I appreciate both Councilwomen Fernandez and Vega for their calm and more quiet way of expressing their concerns. I get a little warm, but when people are getting angry and directing at us, we have to go to bat for them. And so you need to hear these things, and we need to hear you doing something about it. And Kayla, next time you come, I hope you bring your manager with you, because you shouldn't have to take all this on your shoulders.
Right, and I agree. Can I jump in here, Mayor Landsberg?
Councilmember Rojas?
Yeah, I think this is a waste management, and I emphasize a management problem and not the employee problem. And so as you go back and the management is making these decisions, they need to look carefully to determine whether, do we need to increase a 1.35% increase at this point in time? Could we defer that and wait a year or two, just like my other council colleagues said? And also, you guys are a billion-dollar industry company. And so it shouldn't go on the backs of your workers, because your workers day in, day out are doing the job. But at the same time, management seems to not get their decision-making and their directives across to our community and to their workers the right way. And so we want to make sure that we see that it's a management issue, a management problem, and we're hoping that you can convey this information over to your superiors. But I appreciate you coming on and being able to explain, being able to give some answers as well. And I know you're taking the heat, but it's not personally on you. I just hope that we're able to convey this message over to those that are overlooking waste management. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rojas. All right, we're going to close comments here now. Can I get a motion on H23? So let me ask a question to our council. If we don't have a motion or a second, what do we do?
Sorry, Mayor, if you take no action, then the rates aren't accepted. I mean, you need a motion and a second to take an action. You're being asked to take an action. There's no obligation for you to take an action on an item. If you take no action, then we would just move on to the next item.
I have a question. Could we table this information so that way, this item, so that way, if Waste Management can come back with a response, whether we can be able to defer the increase?
I wouldn't have a problem with that if you continued the item to the next meeting, so that Kayla could perhaps talk with her management about some of the concerns that you raised. You know, as I noted, there's the contract provides for you know, acceptance of the changes in the rates, but it seems like there's some additional discussion that needs to be had in order for us to feel comfortable with taking some action. So I would be okay with that. If there is not a motion, you may want to continue it just to get some additional information from Waste Management.
Yeah, I prefer that council continues it.
Let me go back to make sure that where we're at here. Is there a motion to?
Mr. Mayor, Stallard moves to table this item to the next meeting.
Let me go back to the beginning though, Mr. Stallard. Is there a motion by any council member on the resolution? Let the record reflect there is no motion. Now, is there a motion by Stallard to table item 23? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Barajas second. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Aye.
Mayor Landsberg?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Stallard?
Aye.
Councilmember Vega?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion to table this item at the next council meeting carries on a 5-0 roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take us to item 24, which is the designation and rotation of mayor and mayor pro tem. This is on the calendar because our mayor pro tem, Tom Stallard, has a proposal that he wants to present to council regarding the rotation for consideration of all council members. And I believe there might be a staff presentation first. Is that correct, Mr. Hyatt?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll provide a little bit of a presentation and then turn it over to the council to talk through this and maybe have Mr. Councilmember Stallard provide some more detail as to his suggestion back on November 17th. You know, as the council knows, the city's municipal code prescribes that on the first meeting following the certification of the election results, the council shall meet and designate the mayor to serve for the following year. Additionally, the code outlines that the mayor pro tem would normally assume that mayor role, and the next district in sequence would assume the mayor pro tem position. Councilmember Stallard's proposal back on November 17th suggests that the council consider providing current Mayor Landsberg an alternative to assume the mayor role for another year, and then effectively continue the current mayor pro tem role for Councilmember Stallard this year as well. And then what would normally be the sequence, the District 3 representative would slot into the mayor pro tem role this year under a normal rotation. However, given the pending vacancy of District 3, Councilmember Stallard's suggestion would be to have that skipped over this year and have the District 4 and 5 representatives essentially move up, thereby allowing each of them to have the privilege of maintaining the opportunity to serve as mayor during the 4-year term that they have. If not, right, if District 3 stayed in the rotation as currently prescribed in the code, that would create a situation where District 5, Councilmember Vega's district, would not have the privilege of serving as mayor during her 4-year term. So Mr. Stoller's suggestion would be to have that District 3 position moved out of the rotation, and then at the end of what would be Councilmember Vega's mayoral term, the current code's prescription of the sequential rotation would then resume. So District 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and so on. So with that, the staff outlined in the staff report some alternatives to how that rotation could work to address some of these issues. There's certainly multiple ways to evaluate how the council could reset that rotation. It will be important if, the council needs to decide one thing tonight: who will be serving as mayor and who will be serving as mayor pro tem during the next year. That may inform, where the council wants to lead with the rotation. If that rotation ultimately deviates from the current code's prescription, we can come back at a future meeting and provide the amendments necessary to the code to allow that flexibility in the rotation to change based on the council's input this evening. So don't feel that that rotation necessarily has to be finalized this evening, but you do need to finalize the appointment of the mayor and the mayor pro tem this evening. So with that, I will turn it back over to you, Mayor, to sort of manage the council discussion as you see fit.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. That explains a lot. Mr. Stallard, this is your idea, your proposal. I'm going to give you the floor, and please fully explain your thinking, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ken Hyatt, for that description. I brought this up on November 17th because I wanted the community to be able to think about this and offer feedback if there were any. And I also wanted to alert my council colleagues, both existing at that time as well as prospective, of this idea. I had been thinking a lot about it, and I realized if we stuck with the current pattern, there would be no mayor pro tem because there will be no third district council member after tomorrow when Mr. Barajas' resignation is effective. So I thought, well, if we appoint somebody, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the idea of an appointed person having a mayoral term. I think the mayor, it's an honorific to be mayor, but I think everyone who has that privilege should be vetted by the citizens through an election. So if we appoint, I think, it's just as well that person wait till a time when they can actually go to the voters and ratify their seat on the council. So that was my basic feeling about that. The other thing I thought is if we go to an election, basically the election would occur in June. And 6 months later, that person would be the mayor. So that just seemed like a pretty early evolving into that role. So that's why I started with thinking about that. And then I have to tell you, my personal regard for Mayor Landsberg made me feel a second year of his leadership would be helpful, stabilizing, and provide continuity to our council. I think he's done a phenomenal job in a very tough year. He's also been denied many of the joys that come with serving as mayor. There have been essentially no events, so he can't be out in public representing our city. He still is able to do State of the City using video, but it's not quite the same. So I just thought it would be a great thing to give him a second year in this job. I'd continue as pro tem, and then I'd defer my year until next year. I want everyone to know this is our decision collectively, not mine. It's just an idea. I'm prepared to be the mayor for next year if that's the will of the council. But I think the solution I've proposed gets us through this. Now, unfortunate as that headline was in the Sunday Democrat, there's no intent to violate our ordinance. We have the option of amending our ordinance, and our action tonight would inform our staff of the need to bring the amendment back to our council. So we can talk about the language of an ordinance amendment after we resolve this initial concept of whether Rich would continue and I would be pro tem for the 2021 year. I appreciate it, and I'm open to any thoughts or concerns that anyone else may have on the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Stallard. Did I see your hand raised, Ms. Fernandez?
Technical difficulties here, but
You're good.
I can't raise my hand for some reason. But I do have a couple of comments to make. First of all, Rich, I think you are doing a great job as a city mayor, and I'm sorry that we are in COVID, and I know that Tom has been mayor and would do a wonderful job as mayors, and it's not, unfortunately, I don't know that 2021 is going to be a lot different from 2020 with COVID, and I would like to maybe look at other options, because I feel that with the projected idea of continuing with Rich as mayor and Tom as mayor pro tem, that if we continue with that option, that 2024 would put Councilmember Vega running as mayor during an election year. And I believe the intent of the cycle was to make sure that we don't have any council member running with the title of mayor. So I would hope that we would look at perhaps other options that would provide the opportunity for everyone to serve as mayor within their 4-year term, and provide council member Vega the opportunity to serve perhaps in place of District 3. So I would like to maybe have you look at other options, and maybe looking at the possibility of Council Member Vega coming in under Council Member Stallard as Mayor Pro Tem, and kind of going in a reverse sequence from 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, or 1 and 2. So I know that we're not looking at options yet, but I just feel that I would like to see the cycle continue, and would hope that District 3 would not go without representation of a mayor for 8 years. Last time was 2017, when Councilmember Barajas became mayor in 2017, and that would have District 3 having a mayor in 2025, which would be 8 years. So just something to think about. It would give District 3 a mayor in 7 years instead of 8. So going in a reverse order from 5, 4, 3, and then 1 and 2, which would give District 1 2025 as their first year as mayor again, and 2026 would make it work so that no one is having the advantage or disadvantage of being mayor during their election cycle. So just a food for thought.
Thank you, Councilmember Fernandez. Councilmember Vega.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge the fact that you were served as mayor during unprecedented times. You can definitely add that one to a list that many of us won't have the joy or the bad luck to do, but you've done such a great job. I do agree with Councilman Stallard that you have missed on a lot of the joys when we think about being mayor, what that means. With that said, I think you've done a great job being our Zoom mayor. So I would like to continue to discuss and think about keeping the rotation going, I am concerned about getting out of the rotation and being in a situation where myself or any of my council colleagues aren't able to serve as mayor during their term. And I understand we can talk about rotation at a later time. But I would say, a question that I have is Mayor Rich, are you interested in serving? I don't know that I've heard you say that, if that's something that you'd like to do.
You're putting me on the spot. I'm going to answer now. You want me to wait?
You can wait. I won't. So that was just something that came to mind. I think I can appreciate the continuity that you would provide, but I certainly, Councilman Stoddard would do a great job, and he has been mayor and would continue to lead our city. So I'm confident in keeping that rotation going. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas?
I kind of want to leave it to the new council to decide, but my first impressions, to be honest with you, is I do understand that District 3 coming in as an appointment or a special election, most likely an appointment, should not be thrown into the vice mayor and then mayor role, because if that person does decide to run for re-election, they're going to be mayor. And that's an advantage as well. And the intent was never to have somebody as mayor running for re-election. So they would obviously be put back in the rotation. And I guess my goal would be that District 3 would be put into the rotation as soon as possible after 2022. So I do think that there's probably a possible way of doing that. But it's going to depend, right, on I think District 1 and District 2 figuring out who wants to become mayor. And, it sounds like maybe, for example, Tom is up for District 2. Well, if he wants to become mayor, then District 4, not District 3, would assume vice mayor. And then the rotation would continue. And at the end of District 5, it would be District 3 instead of District 1 going back into the rotation of things. Or if you're doing an excellent job too as well, Rich, if you stay as mayor, that I would support that too, then it's essentially District 2 giving up their ability to become mayor. So then they go back to the back of the line. Then the vice mayor would be not the District 3, but District 4. But either District 1 or District 2, we have representatives that have more than the capability and the qualifications to become mayor. So I guess my goal is to look out for District 3 as well, to make sure that we have that they have the ability to become mayor not too far out, because the last time District 3 was mayor, it was in 2017 with me. So I think it's going to come down to either Rich or Tom deciding, what their preference is, or the rest of the council members I defer to as well.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Steller?
Let me be really clear. I'm not interested in giving up my turn. But if the council does not wish to have Rich have the second year at this time and follow the recommendation that I offered, then it's off the table. It's your choice. It's your choice, council. I'm hearing lack of satisfaction with the idea. So if that's the case, that's where it sits. This is, by the way, 2021 is the sesquicentennial of the City of Woodlands Incorporation in 1871. So it is a significant year, for whether it's by Zoom or in person. So hopefully we'll be able to have celebrations in person.
Thank you. Any other comments from council members? Hearing none. I share Mr. Staller's concern about District 3 and how we deal with that at the immediate, because that's depending on when we get somebody seated in District 3. And I'm also concerned about Councilman Vega not being able to serve as mayor. I'm not really concerned at all about whether somebody's an incumbent mayor during an election year or not. I don't think it's an honorary thing, not so much as an elected thing. So having said that, to answer your question, Councilman Vega, I had a ton of plans for 2020, and not a damn one was able to be put forth. Maybe a couple of them were, but we had some huge plans that were in the works that were scrapped, that were going to be significant for this city. So do I want to see those things happen? I do. Do I have to be the mayor to do that? No, I don't think so. But because it takes all the city council to get these things done. So I'm here to serve at the pleasure of the council. I'm going to let you decide what you want to do. So I'm not sure how you want to do it. So I guess we need to appoint, I agree with the city manager, we need to appoint a mayor and a mayor pro tem tonight. So I need to hear a motion from a council member on that. Don't all speak at once.
Well, I would certainly be happy to nominate Rich for a second year, but not if my colleagues feel then that I cannot be mayor in 2022. So that's why I can't make the motion.
All right, another council member?
Mayor, I do want to make sure that we confirm whether or not there's public comment on the issue before.
Oh, sorry about that. You're absolutely right. Madam Clerk, do we have any hands raised?
No, and no emails either or voicemails.
All right. I did get a public comment on my text, and I'm going to read it. A member of the public, Marco Lizarraga. Hang on. I support skipping 3 so Myra can have a chance at mayor. That's the one public comment that I got. Okay, council, I need to hear a motion of some sort. Council member.
Question, yeah, so the decision tonight is we have to appoint a mayor. So
and a mayor pro tem.
And a mayor pro tem.
Yes.
So if we do that, and then we discuss the rotation at the next meeting.
That can be done later.
Well, can I make a comment?
Sure.
If we make the decision to appoint a mayor and vice mayor, does that not affect the rotation?
Mayor, could I speak to that
Sure.
really quickly? So what your ordinance currently assumes is assumes that you appoint the mayor pro tem on a rotating basis based on district number, and then you appoint the mayor as the current mayor pro tem as the mayor. So the assumption under your ordinance is that tonight you would appoint Mayor Pro Tem Stallard as mayor, and you would appoint Councilmember Barajas as vice mayor. And so that's what your ordinance, the default under your ordinance. But because those two positions are at the pleasure of the council, you are allowed to deviate from that. But then let's say you appointed, say, let's just say what the proposal was, that we appoint Mayor Landsberg for a second term, and then Mayor Pro Tem Stallard as vice mayor. Then the assumption is again that District 3 will be next up. So yes, so whoever you appoint as vice mayor, the assumption is under your current ordinance is that the next person would be the vice mayor. So let's say we skipped over District 3 and Councilmember Fernandez was appointed, then the assumption is next in line would be Councilmember Vega. But as the city manager noted, we can come back and revisit your ordinance to deal with the order at a later meeting if you like.
Okay, well, because I'd like to make a motion for mayorship, but it's not going to follow the order that you're suggesting. So I basically can't make that motion if it doesn't follow the order that you're giving me. Is that correct?
No, you can, because they serve at the pleasure. So we can deviate from that, but then the assumption is always going to be. So that's why we could do what Mayor Pro Tem Stallard has proposed, or something else. So yes, you can make a different motion if you like.
What is your motion, Councilmember Fernandez?
I would like to make a motion that Councilmember Stallard, or Mayor Pro Tem, continue with his rotation and become mayor of the city of Woodland in 2021. And I would like to propose that District 5 come in as Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, so as the motion is for Councilmember Stallard to assume the position of mayor for 2021 and appoint Councilmember Vega as Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion, because I'd like to have discussion on that. So I'll second it.
So we have a second by Barajas. Discussion.
Okay, my question would be then, why would it go from, I agree with keeping the rotation, and along the lines of Tom Stallard would be up next if that's the goal, is to keep the rotation. Then District 5 would become the vice mayor. Then how would the order go after that?
Sounded, Councilman Barajas, that we would discuss that at a future meeting.
Oh. Okay, because I would kind of want to know so where District 3 would land.
Can I? Can I offer my?
Fernandez?
Can I offer my suggestion? My suggestion would be that if District 5 comes in as Mayor Pro Tem, then we would go in a reverse order. 5, 4, and 3, 2024. In 7 years, District 3 would become mayor just in 2024, and then we would continue with 1 and 2. And then at that point, no one would be serving during an election cycle. 2024 would mean that District 3 would have been elected in 2022, correct? And 2025 would mean that District 1 would have been appointed also at 2022. Voted in, elected. And District 2 would have been elected in 2024. So no one would have been, so it would give District 3 a term coming up in 7 years versus 8 years. And then no one would be serving as appointed mayor or at the time of election, during their election cycle. And my suggestion for District 5 is District 5 is the largest constituency. I would hate for them to lose the opportunity had we continued with the cycle and omitted District 5. So this would bump up District 3 to have the opportunity in 7 years instead of 8. And whoever comes in would have 2 years, 1 year as Mayor Pro Tem and then the following year as mayor. Just a suggestion to explain why I was thinking that.
Okay, thank you.
The motion is to appoint District 2 Representative Stallard to mayor and District 5 as vice mayor. There's a second by Barajas. I don't think we should settle the other issues tonight. Let's leave tonight with a mayor and a mayor pro tem. And the reason for that is I don't think we have all the answers on District 3 yet. Where District 3 lands eventually, I don't think we're going to be able to decide that tonight because we don't have a council member for that district at this point. So the motion should be voted on as stated by Councilman Fernandez. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas,
Aye.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Stallard,
Aye.
Councilmember Vega,
Aye.
and Mayor Landsberg.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay,
So
thank
let me give direction to staff. Staff, we need to hear some feedback on what you heard tonight and in written form as to what we should be doing. And my thinking is we should consult with Mr. Walsh to get this ironed out as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the record, we've heard a couple concerns voiced. One is that District 3 back into the rotation as quickly as possible. We've heard concerns about positioning any district to have the privilege of serving as mayor during an election year for that district. And I think we've heard some concern around making sure that as we can provide rotation in a sequential, logical manner, if possible. And so I think I understand pretty clearly what Councilmember Fernandez has outlined, and I think it can achieve many of those objectives. So we can certainly before the next meeting, circulate what that would look like in a table form so council can understand that and be ready for discussion on January 5th. Should the council desire to come back that quickly. We don't have to resolve it by the 5th. We have a little bit of time, but I wouldn't want to hang it out there too long. But I think, if it's the council's pleasure, by the 5th, we can come back prepared to outline for you at least a couple different options for the council to consider and evaluate the pros and cons given those factors.
Great. That sounds good.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Stallard?
For the benefit of the public, I would like to explain that because of the Brown Act, we cannot discuss an issue like this in detail outside of a public meeting. So it's difficult for us, to kind of have to confront a topic that's got a lot of ramifications like this. And we do have to think about it. So I'm glad you're going to defer further discussion until a future meeting. And with that, usually the gavel gets passed at a moment like this. I would be grateful if you conclude this meeting tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Stallard. So I think we're done this one. Let's go to item 25, which is probably going to be just as robust. That is the filling of Council District 3 vacancy. So I believe I'm going to start off on this. We need to move on this fast. I'm not in favor of spending $50,000 or $60,000 for a special election, which would go into May or June. District 3 needs a representative as soon as possible. And the only way to get there is to appoint an ad hoc committee of two members of our council to review applications, and then they can figure out some other process, perhaps even a public forum, the League of Women Voters, come back to council with recommendations as soon as possible. The timeline that I would like to see is that we get this done tonight, the ad hoc committee of 2 council members. They can work on it with staff to get something out to members of the public, or specifically District 3 for applications, and figure out the process on vetting those applicants and coming back to council no later than the first meeting in February. I think we can do it. It's a short timeline. I think we can get it done. So I'm going to open it up for
Mayor Landsberg,
yes.
can I speak, or is it going to be a staff report?
I think I want to hear from council members first, and then we'll go to staff. That's a bit of a reversal.
Right. No, I agree with your comments. I've been a advocate and proponent for an appointment process for District 3. I think we have many qualified residents that are ready to apply and are qualified to assume the seat in District 3. I like your recommendation is creating an ad hoc committee of 2 council members that would decide the process. I would just recommend that perhaps we have the mayor become one of those on the ad hoc committee, and along with one of the newer council members, whether it would be Councilwoman Vega or Councilwoman Fernandez. And then from there, they would decide the process with the League of Women Voters and being able to sift through applications and then make a recommendation to the council.
Great. Thank you for your comment. Any other council member have a comment at this point? All right, let me turn to Mr. City Manager, Mr. Hyatt.
Yeah, so, I mean, as the council knows, they're forced with two options to fill the pending vacancy of District 3. You could call for an election. The earliest that election could occur would be June of 2021. As Mayor Landsberg indicated, we estimate that cost based on input from the elections office here in Yolo County that it's at a minimum $50,000 to perform that special election in June. The alternative approach would be to have an appointment process that the council has gone through before. It's not unfamiliar to this council. That appointment process has a fair amount of latitude that the council can operate within. The one constraint that you do have outside of complying with the Brown Act would be to make sure that the final decision on the appointment occurs on or before January 29th, 2021. The code stipulates there's a 60-day window from the time that the vacancy occurs, which is the date that the letter from Councilmember Barajas came to the city indicating his pending vacancy to the time that the appointment filling that seat occurs. So you do have a fairly short window now left to operate in. The council can appoint an ad hoc subcommittee of 2 members of the council. That ad hoc subcommittee can operate outside of the Brown Act, meaning their review of the applications and interviews of the candidates do not need to occur in a public noticed Brown Act meeting. However, that ad hoc subcommittee's review and ultimate recommendation to the council is simply a recommendation. They will not make the decision themselves. That recommendation and ultimate decision would occur at a regularly noticed council meeting. So if the council is leaning towards that direction, my advice to you this evening would be to appoint that ad hoc subcommittee, direct staff to initiate the advertisement and press release and effective recruitment of potential candidates for District 3 immediately to start that process and give those candidates enough time to complete the application. Welcome to provide feedback on how long you want that application period to occur. But it could be as short as prior to the January 5th council meeting, and we can report back to the council how many applications have been received, and then work with a subcommittee over the course of the next 2 weeks. And also on January 5th, have that subcommittee outline what the interview process and potential forums with the League of Women Voters schedule might look like prior to bringing back a final recommendation to the council, which could occur on the 19th if you wanted to compress that schedule and depending on how many applicants the ad hoc committee chose to review, if not all of them. Or you could hold special meetings as necessary up until the 29th of January. So hopefully that helps provide a little bit of clarity as to the sense of urgency for the issue and how the council can move forward this evening. And Mr. Walsh can add any additional detail as you feel necessary to ensure the council has complete information to make an informed decision tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Any member of the council have a comment or question? Hand raised by Councilmember Vega.
So just some comments, so with the 29th being the timeframe when we need to have this all said and done, I just would want my colleagues to consider having enough time so that we're able to get the communication out to allow for as many folks who may be interested to submit an application. So the holidays are coming up, and not that folks are traveling as much, but things, I think as we're closing the end of the year, there's probably other things on folks' minds. I just would want to urge us to make a decision and establish the time frame so that, again, there's sufficient time for the subcommittee to do outreach. I think this is an opportunity for us to really engage in the diversity of District 3 and engage folks to apply. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Vega. I know you're new, but we have had a lot of interest already. So I think once the word gets out that we're accepting applications, I think those folks who have already expressed interest way back when Councilmember Barajas was elected, they started like immediately, like the next day, I think. So I think there won't be a problem getting the applications in. Hand raised by council members, actually Mayor-elect Stellar.
Well, I appreciate Mr. Barajas' comment that I should be on the subcommittee. I do agree with that. I think it's part of my leadership as mayor next year. But Mayor Landsberg, I actually disagree with you. I do not feel a necessity in rushing this. I feel it's a time for reflection. I think we want to convince our community that we've really given everybody a fair shot at this. I think for the League of Women Voters or any other group that wants to vet candidates, as there was another group, of course, in this last election, they've got to get on the calendar. They've got to put their questions together, develop their process. It's a Zoom process again. To me, if we had this resolved by the end of March, I think that's great. And it's half the time that an election would take. So I don't think we should cut the application period down to just between now and January 5th. I would be much more happy with third or fourth week in January, so that there's really a substantial amount of time for people to consider this decision and make application if they're interested.
Let me ask Mr. Walsh, what was the timeline that we're under?
Right. We actually do have our options are within 60 days of the date that Councilmember Barajas submitted his letter. We either have to call the election or appoint the new member. So we actually only have until, if the option is to appoint, we actually only have until January 29th.
Oh, thank you.
The Mayor?
Okay,
It's after 9. Should you make a motion to extend?
Sorry about that.
Motion to extend the meeting for, I guess I'll say 45 minutes if necessary.
I'll second.
Motion by Stallard, second by Barajas. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Aye.
Mayor Landsberg?
Aye, but I'm only good until about 9:25. I got to relieve my wife.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stallard?
Aye.
Councilmember Vega?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries to extend meeting for 45 minutes.
Mayor, I think Councilwoman Fernandez wanted to speak and has been on the list for quite a bit.
Yeah.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Thank you for that. Yes, I just wanted to let it be known that ideally an election would be the most effective way to allow our citizens to be engaged in the process of the election of a council member. And I think that under these circumstances that I am in support of looking at an appointment, but that I believe that we should respect the fact that our citizens should have the best opportunity to have some sort of engagement in this process, so that they know that their vote does count and their voice is being heard. And so I don't want them to think that we are overlooking the possibility of a special election just because we want to make an appointment, but that I think that, again, I'm going to blame it on COVID-19, that these are extraordinary circumstances and that we need to work to use our funds as efficiently as possible and to try to work within the parameters of an appointment versus spending any sort of funds on a special election at this time.
Thank you. All right. So can we get any further discussion? No. Madam Clerk, are there any hands raised from members of the public, or we've received any messages?
No messages, and I don't see any hands raised, no.
All right. So it sounds like we need to appoint an ad hoc committee tonight. It sounds like there was a move for a motion to appoint the mayor, Tom Stallard, and another member of the council to the ad hoc committee. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I'll motion to appoint to the ad hoc committee Mayor Tom Stallard and Councilwoman Victoria Fernandez on it. And the reason why Mayor Stallard is because he's the mayor, that's his duties, and Victoria Fernandez because the demographics and issues in District 4 are very similar to District 3. And there's a lot of similarities and crossover. And I think that she would be able to, have a fair and deliberate process and also look at the candidates in a perspective that is unique to District 3 and District 4.
Okay. Motion is by Councilmember Barajas to appoint Mayor Stallard and Councilmember Fernandez to the ad hoc committee. Is there a second?
A second.
Was that second by Meg Vega? Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas?
Aye.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Aye.
Mayor Landsberg?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Landsberg, Mayor Stallard,
Aye.
and Mayor Pro Tem Vega.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries on a 5-0 roll call vote to appoint Mayor Stallard and Councilmember Fernandez as the ad hoc subcommittee.
Great. That wasn't so bad. All right, that's the end of our agenda. It does take us to adjournment, and I would
Mr.
like.
Mayor?
Yes.
Are we able to authorize our staff to prepare an application to open an application period, a filing period with a concluding date that we can set tonight to get that first stage of the process going?
That's something the council does, or is that something the ad hoc committee does?
Well, I would think the council ought to act on this in any event. So if we decide that, we're asking our staff, for example, to get an application prepared by Monday of next week to be approved by the subcommittee, the ad hoc committee, and then to commence an application period to end by a certain date in January, I think we should do that right now if we can. I hadn't realized we were quite under the time constraints that Council Walsh explained to us.
Yeah.
Can I get clarification, Mayor Landsberg, on from our attorney, Mr. Walsh? Is it the day that I submitted my resignation, the clock starts ticking, or the day that I leave council, which is tomorrow?
It is the date that you submitted your resignation. It's explicit in the code that it is the date that it is submitted to the clerk is when the clock starts ticking.
Okay.
Wish we'd known that. Hey, Angel.
I was actually going to submit it earlier, but never. It would have been during Christmas.
With all due respect, Mr. Stelter, I think the ad hoc committee can handle that with staff.
All right.
Just handle that with staff. They already know they got to do it anyway, so just work with staff and get that going. We are in a time, not as tight as building that shelter, but pretty close.
Got it. Okay.
All right. That takes us to adjournment.
I would like to leave, before we conclude, though, I would like to leave staff with a direction to get a draft process in place that Councilwoman Fernandez and I can respond to quite quickly. Okay?
Mr. Hyatt, do you have that message?
Loud and clear. Yep.
Loud and clear. Thank you. I would like to adjourn tonight's meeting in the memory of Jesse Murrieta, Uncle Jesse, or Uncle Chuchi, as he is known to so many in our community, was one of those guys who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Everybody in one form or another in the Hispanic community knew Jesse in one form or another. Jesse worked for so many years with the Yolo County Health Department. And Jesse is the kind of guy, he really was the kind of guy who would want all of us to know, and this entire community to know, that Jesse passed away from COVID. And his message would be that if just one person, just one, would listen to him and listen to what happened to him and wake up, do your part. Rest in peace, Uncle Chuchi. There's nothing else but adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, colleagues.
Good night.
Merry
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.